never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. She says there's no longer any threat to the public and the shooting is being investigated. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. A proposal from an AI company would allow the U.S. government to own as much as 50% of a new company that could buy TikTok from its Chinese owners.
Perplexity AI is offering to join with the government to create an entity that for now is being called NewCo. It would buy TikTok without the company's core recommendation algorithm, and existing investors would receive equity in the new company. The government would keep part ownership under an IPO worth at least $300 billion. Perplexity is one of several companies expressing interest in buying TikTok, which has just a few weeks to find a U.S. buyer or face being banned here over national security concerns. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported, including non-Mexicans. I'm Michael Board.
Wall Street closed with ups and downs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points, but the Nasdaq fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is signing an executive order to help families and children facing deportation under President Trump's actions.
The goal of this team is to address the harms caused by President Trump's immigration enforcement policies.
Ferguson's order creates the Family Separation Rapid Response Team. It'll develop programs to help children who are separated from their families and keep them in school. Survivors and family members are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp in Poland.
I stood and watched helplessly as little girls from the nearby barrack were marched away crying and shivering to the gas chamber.
That's survivor Tova Friedman speaking at Monday's ceremony. Auschwitz-Birkenau was the site of unimaginable Nazi atrocities, the murder of 1 million Jews during the Holocaust and 100,000 other victims of fascism. 50 survivors were among those who attended the ceremony. 10 years ago, 300 survivors were in attendance. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Florida is the best place to retire in 2025.
That's according to a new study by Wallet Hub. The Sunshine State was ranked #1 for retirement nationwide due to its low taxes for retirees and the funding it receives for seniors from the Older Americans Act, which funds transportation and nutrition programs for older residents. Some of the other best states to retire include Minnesota, Colorado, and Wyoming, while Kentucky was named the worst. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, looks like we made it through the greatest day of the week. Well, that's good to know. Got the hard part behind us now, all right? Closing out a Monday, and we will turn the page on the calendar as we work our way into the 28th day of January. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A few clouds, 30 outside the secret bunker. But the wind making it feel a whole lot cooler than the actual air temperature. No, more or less breezy conditions in our area. Get on up into northern Ohio, western New York. Yeah, you've got high wind warnings. It's been a windy day Monday. Those winds continue overnight. I'm looking here for, Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Rochester, Jamestown. Yeah, winds 30, 40 miles per hour, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Continuing overnight. Those high winds begin to die down later on Wednesday morning, but still a breezy day. So just heads up there in parts of western New York. Coupled with the winds, you've got some, first of all, it's an Alberta clipper, and that's prompting some of that wind. And then you've got some lake effect snow that's being enhanced behind that clipper. So let's start there with a look at our travelers' weather. One area that will be seeing travel difficulties overnight tonight is that region. And I'm seeing some enhanced snowfall. When they talk about the potential whiteout conditions. Central New York, areas on up into upstate New York, east of Kingston, Ontario. A heavy band pushing over toward Utica, New York at this hour. Tuesday will not be quite as windy as what we saw Monday and overnight tonight. But gust will still crest in the 30-mile-per-hour mark across the lake shores and the Northeast for the day ahead. As those strong winds blow across the region, forecasters highlighting a growing concern for, as I just mentioned, what we're seeing on the radar, hefty bands of snow and squalls that can develop across southern Canada, pushing south and eastward overnight and into Tuesday morning. Between now and later Tuesday morning, that cold front is racing out of Canada, bringing the risk for snow squalls featuring a rapid onset of whiteout conditions and gusty winds making travel conditions extremely hazardous for anyone caught out in those squalls, while the heaviest concentration of accumulating snow will be along the eastern shores of the lakes. Several inches can accumulate further inland across parts of Michigan, Pennsylvania, as well as New York. Snow showers and squalls extending as far south as portions of Interstates 80, 81, and 76 in Pennsylvania could potentially bring traffic to a standstill if they are intense enough. Obviously, temperatures are going to be low enough to raise concerns for the heaviest brands to drop a quick coating of snow on the roadways. Now, even locations in Massachusetts, including the Boston Metro, could be at a risk for visibility-reducing squalls on into Tuesday morning. Another round of flurries and some heavier snow squalls will pivot from northwest to southeast across the Midwest and the central Appalachians, even the mid-Atlantic and New England later Tuesday into Wednesday. At first, a period of steady snow will occur for many areas. Shortly after, the snow tends to get more bubbly, could lead to some locally heavy squalls. For example, during the afternoon Wednesday in parts of the Northeast. A general 1 to 3 inches forecast to fall over much of upstate New York, northern and western Pennsylvania, northeast Ohio, on over into central and southern New England from a second clipper storm. Couple of snow squalls may reach the coastal areas of I-95 in New England and the upper part of the mid-Atlantic as that flow of cold air resumes across the Great Lakes. Lake effect will continue to boost the accumulation in some areas by several inches to maybe a foot or more in some of the more persistent bands. So with the winds, I had never heard of an ice shove, a rare phenomenon known as an ice shove. is possible through the night tonight on the eastern shores of the Great Lakes as those whiteout conditions will continue, also known as ice seek or ice tsunami. These events can pile huge chunks of ice on shore, actually damaging homes and closing roadways. The potential ice shoves, along with downwind lakeshore flooding, just some of the problems that these high winds are going to cause through Monday night. Powerful west to southwest winds that we saw through the day Monday before the arrival of that cold front over the Great Lakes can lead to shifting ice that can pile up on the eastern shores of the lakes, according to AccuWeather. And now, ice shoves are separate events from ice flows or ice jams. They all involve ice, but they're not the same. We've historically seen some of these back in February of 2019. The mounds of ice that collected on the Lake Erie shore at Hoover Beach in Hamburg, New York, that actually closed the Niagara River Parkway, threatened a number of homes. Ice shoves don't have to occur on large bodies of water. Back in May of 2013, in a smaller lake, Mile Lacs Lake in Minnesota, there was an ice shove that actually impacted several homes on the shore of a small landlocked lake there. Ice shoves a concern. All right, coming up, we'll break down the same storm responsible for breaking the dry spell in Southern California here as we started the new week. Will begin to spread areas of rain, snow, and ice from the southwest to portions of the central states come midweek. And this is going to be one of those literal cross-country storms, finally part of the northeast by next weekend. Storm delivered an average of an inch of rain to Southern California and several inches of snow over the mountains between Sunday and this past day. By the time this system completes its route coming up this upcoming weekend, it will have traversed close to 2,600 miles from Long Beach, California to Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Where will the trouble spots be? A storm that's going to bring areas of severe weather. Other areas will see freezing precipitation, snow, and ice. So again, we'll break that all down for you coming up here in just a bit as we kick off the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Who got on board? Out of the box, there's Philly Dan. Hello. Still, I guess you're still in celebration mode as those Eagles are headed to the Super Bowl, right? Hello to Shorty, rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 54 degrees at this hour. It's Orlando. Turnaround number 1 for the new week. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello from Mary Ann. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the overnight drive is hammered down. 30 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Good night to be off after a kind of crazy night last night at work. Time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Kick back and relax and dial Steve up at 844-844-3388. Pappy, I just got your message that you sent. It was early this past. I guess that explains why we didn't hear from Pappy on our Monday morning program. He was busy catching a killer, murder suspect. So I was telling the princess about that. She said, yeah, his Facebook page has the story there. I hadn't seen that yet, so all right, I guess there's another bad guy off the street now, right? Sad story at the same time, though. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a pleasant, clear 42 degrees at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Good morning to Jerry. Hello, everyone. Hope all is well. 35 degrees here in Kokomo. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret. We made it through the cold snap last week. Thank you to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for another great show. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Had a couple of police officers shot earlier in Elkhart, Indiana. Yes, that's making the national news. Praying for the officers there. They are in stable condition. You can't even go to the grocery store these days without having to be worried about being in some sort of a shootout. We've got the complete story on that here coming up out of Elkhart. Three dead, aside from the 2 injured officers. I don't believe it's life-threatening injuries, but nonetheless, prayers for the officers there in Elkhart. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 31 degrees in Ulster, New York. It's round number 1 to Schenectady. Getting the week underway there. Larry, good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, I just checked out the video there, Pappy. That's Officer Pappy, gun drawn, catching the murder suspect. About 90 minutes after he fatally shot his daughter, fled the home. All right, I guess he actually had the evidence on him. All right, sad night for sure, but as he says, gratifying to catch this man with the evidence. Wow. Meanwhile, the rest of the story, Elkhart, there in Indiana, a shooter who opened fire inside the supermarket this past evening, now deceased, after first killing 2 and injuring 2 police officers. The Elkhart Police Department tells Fox Digital officers responded to Martin's Supermarket on East Jackson Boulevard about 5:30 this past evening for reports of a shooting. When officers and emergency medical service arrived, 2 were found inside the supermarket suffering from gunshot wounds. The 2 victims pronounced dead at the scene. Officers then engaged in gunfire with a 3rd person believed to have been the suspect, who was ultimately shot and killed. 2 officers sustaining gunshot wounds during the encounter, transported to an area hospital, listed in stable condition once again. Public information officer for the Elkhart Police said it's a sad day in Elkhart. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people affected. She also said there's no further threat to the community. The district attorney's homicide unit handling the investigation. Elkhart, Indiana, about 20 miles east of South Bend, home of the University of Notre Dame there in northern Indiana. All right, meanwhile, some positive news, some rain falling in California where they really needed it. How about that? More rain Monday, parts of Southern California after causing mud flows over the weekend, helping firefighters, but boosting the risk of toxic ash runoff, they say, in areas that have been scorched by the LA wildfires. Matter of fact, flood watches were in effect for burn areas from recent fires around the Pacific Palisades neighborhood in L.A., Altadena, and Castaic Lake. All these fresh burns are very susceptible to rapid runoff, according to the National Weather Service, warning of even small amounts of rain in a few minutes' time. What that means is we have a fairly high danger of mud and debris flows once we get above those thresholds. A portion of the Pacific Coast Highway was closed as of Sunday afternoon due to mud flows in Topanga Canyon. Now, one benefit that could come from the rain, it may help firefighters reining in those multiple wildfires after the weeks of windy and dry weather. L.A. County crews spent much of last week removing vegetation, shoring up the slopes, reinforcing roads in the devastated area of the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Palisades, the largest of the blazes, destroying thousands of homes and killing at least 11 people, did finally reach 90% containment on Sunday. The Eaton fire near Altadena that killed at least 16 people, 98% contained. Now, the Hughes fire that ignited last week north of L.A. caused evacuation orders and warnings for another 50,000, 95% contained, and that was Sunday evening. Now, they may be fully contained by now. In San Diego County, firefighters made progress to contain the smaller Border 2 fire as it burned through a remote area of the Otay Mountain Wilderness down near the U.S.-Mexico border. Most of the region there, Southern California, was forecast to get about an inch of rain over several days' time, but the Weather Service warned that there's a risk of some localized cloud bursts causing mud and debris to flow down the hills. So the problem would be if one of those showers happened to park itself over a burn area, that could be enough to create a debris flow there. Knucklebuster out of the box on a Tuesday. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's a totally terrific Tuesday because I'm headed to the house to visit with Tennessee this morning. So, well, I want to give a simplified shout out there to truck and field. That be careful in all that old nasty weather up there, but I think they pretty much said we're not going to get any nasty weather, just some cool temperatures and a little bit of rain every now and then. So I'm glad for that there, right? I can take the cold. I just don't like snow and ice, right? I'm a fair weather truck driver in my old age there. Well, I read where Matthew McConaughey said that there was a conspiracy theory on all them commercials on the Super Bowl, Steve. It was strictly to get you to eat. Well, I'm already big enough, ain't I?
So trying to get us. So you're talking about like when you see the Doritos commercial and the fast food stuff. And
oh yeah, all of them are all designed to get you to eat, spend money there too, right?
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't know. I was talking to one of the guys down there in Grand Prairie today. He's a big, huge Texas fan. He's mad as hell at Quinn Ewers for giving away that game to Ohio State. So
yeah,
I just had to agree with him there. So that way, keep my customers happy, right? Wouldn't be no conspiracy theories in any of the football games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, I'm going to say this about all these people that didn't call in last night. We know you were listening.
Yes.
Steve can tell when you're listening to him, but you don't pick your phone up and call 844-844-3388 And if you don't call in tonight, I'm going to get my big old persimmon switch out and wear your britches out with it there. So, well, that's all of my bull on it for right now, Steve. We'll just keep right on trucking on and listening in. And if they don't call in, I'll make some more calls tonight.
Sounds like a plan there, Knucklebuster. Thank you very much. Yeah, Mondays are typical. We know Mondays are Mondays. Yeah, many not starting their driving week until Monday night. But I can look at the screen and see the hundreds that are out there. And that loneliest hour was truly, if you were tuned in, the loneliest hour. Steve was just talking. Yes, our number, 844-844-3388. Got a news break coming up here momentarily. We did say hello to Larry. Good morning to the ice cream man, who's checking in from Hillsboro, Texas, this early Tuesday. Let's see. Is Big Ed the new immigration czar there in Washington State? I'm not sure about that. We'll have to check in. We'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, rolling into a Tuesday. I believe the flags will be going back to full staff here later today, ending 30 days of remembering former President Jimmy Carter.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported. I'm Michael Board.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. supply. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, phone lines open, 844-844-3388. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, says, good morning, 40 degrees under a perfect starlit sky, Cameron, Missouri. After a great weekend hanging out with the hot blonde wife at the Home 20, got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded especially heavy, pointed north to America's Dairyland, like the proverbial bat out of hell. I always pass freight trucks like they're standing still. But tonight's a lot more dominant as I pay my rent for the left lane, and like President Trump, I like to win. Okay. Special one-night-only Show Me State shout-out to Cap and Ron. Hello to Sean. Sean says the only real weather channel out there, Steve Sommers. All right, David says, hi, Steve, here in Hawassa, Ethiopia, on vacation with my beautiful Ethiopian girlfriend, Laya, listening to you on YouTube. How about that? You're a long way from home. All right, tank on board. Hello, Steve 28 here in Winslow, Arizona. Yeah, no white stuff yet. We're headed west to Fontana, California. Everybody be safe. Have a blessed day. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 39 degrees. All set for my meeting tomorrow, which is over an hour away, so I got to get up and leave relatively early this morning to be there at 11 a.m., so I'll be hitting the sack here in a bit. Got the delivery from Florida off okay, then had the truck worked on a bit, ordered some airbags for one of the other trucks. Hope to get those in and on before he has to load to head out west. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Buckeyes are still national champions. James says Trump has sent the military to turn the water back on in California. Okay. Hello to Jeffrey. Morning, Steve. Need to make tonight's special. Not well. Not feeling good, I guess? Okay. Hope you feel better there, Jeffrey. Kevin says, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. He mentioned turning the water back on in California. Got an email from Vic this past day, who shares a little story about California, a ghost lake. starts to reemerge after 130 years, burying 94,000 acres of farmland. Now, that was the headline of the story, which I'll share with you. He says, Steve, I just saw where the federal government is assuming directorship of California water. The preceding drought in California created many problems, but the two most relevant today is the reservoir dam and the spillway damage and ground shrinkage due to groundwater depletion. In addition, Southern California gets much of its water from Lake Mead. The mismanagement of public lands and over-regulations of private lands is the main cause of this fire disaster we've recently witnessed. Water availability would have mitigated the damage, but how much and at what cost, that is questionable. But this is what happens when one tries to fool Mother Nature. Now, the rest of the story was a California ghost lake that disappeared in the 19th century is making its grand return after 130 years, swallowing up 94,000 acres and counting of private farmland. The Tulare Lake in California's San Joaquin Valley began to dry up in the late 1850s, not through some fluke, but through deliberate action taken to reshape the land at the expense of the existing ecosystem in the nearby indigenous communities. It vanished altogether around 1890 and reappeared with a vengeance in 2023 thanks to the massive winter storms across the Golden State and the snowmelt from the Sierra Nevada. The lake once spanned over 100 miles long and 30 miles wide. Tulare Lake was the largest body of fresh water west of the Mississippi River. It's really difficult to imagine that now a researcher formerly at Northeastern University who's studying the phenomenon says there were man-made basins around where the lake formerly resided, but the sheer flux of snowmelt overwhelmed them all and submerged acres upon acres of farmland. Now, while it has come at the expense of fertile farmland, the lake's return has already started to revitalize the once lost ecosystem in the valley. Ducks and other waterfowl have flocked to the lake shores for the first time in years. Frogs have even started to make themselves at home on the edge. Once there was so much water that a steamship could carry agricultural supplies from the Bakersfield area up to Fresno and then up to San Francisco. There were man-made basins where the lake was previously. Now, the indigenous tribe who originally called that part of the valley, the home was dubbed Lake Paashi. It proved to be central to their lives, but then the state drained the lake in a process called reclamation. If people could drain that land, they would be granted ownership of parts of that land. So there was a big incentive for white settlers to start doing that work. So hundreds of irrigation canals and basins were constructed to drive water away from the lake. Soon, it had dried up entirely, freeing up those 100,000 acres of farmland and forcing the indigenous off their land, having crippled the local ecosystem through that drainage. The lake's return kind of raises concerns in the community as the water continues to rise, submerging not only the privately owned land, but entire storage sheds containing materials harmful to the reviving ecosystem like fertilizer, manure, even electrical wires. Not only that, but the ghost lake could very well pass on again. While it's made a smashing return in the last year, this is also the 5th time The Tulare Lake has cropped back up since 1890. The draining and flooding pattern is almost cyclical, which could mean it's likely bound to disappear again soon. All right, thank you, Vic. Very interesting. Trying to fool Mother Nature, right? All right, other industry headlines as we get the new day underway. Love's Travel Stops announcing the company's first new location of the new year, 2025, a store in Elliston, Virginia. Last Friday, Love's announced the opening of the truck stop off Interstate 81 in Elliston. Amenities, more than 15,000 square feet, good-sized location, 93 truck parking spaces. All right, Dunkin' Donuts and an Arby's restaurant, 9 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry, cat scale, the dog park, and the more and more common, becoming more common, self-checkout options. Now, the plans for the year ahead. Earlier last week, Love's announced plans to open 20 new stores this year and remodel 50 others, adding approximately 1,000 truck parking spaces to the network around the country. All right, so the last several years, they've had very ambitious growing plans, the number of locations. So it sounds a little bit slower this year, but 20 new locations. All right, this past day, the Arizona Department of Transportation announcing the launch of a real-time system to inform truckers about truck parking availability at I-10 rest areas in western and southeastern parts of the state. According to the announcement Monday from the Arizona DOT, the Truck Parking Availability System, TPAS, was installed at the eastbound and westbound Ehrenberg and Baus wash rest areas between the Valley and California, and at the Texas Canyon and San Simon rest areas, serving both directions of I-10 there in southeast Arizona. The $2.8 million system uses monitoring systems to track available truck parking, sharing that information to the electronic signs and third-party sources that are used by many truck drivers. Officials say this helps truckers get the rest they need without having to use places that are not designated for truck parking. Now, the truck parking availability information will also be added to the az511.gov website. This is part of a larger effort to expand truck parking availability in the state of Arizona. The statewide truck implementation parking plan, which includes $32 million in funding to add 370 spaces at I-10 Burnt Wells rest area, the I-40 Meteor Crater rest area near Winslow, and a new lot, I-10 and State Route 186 west of Wilcox. In recent years, the Arizona DOT has added 56 spaces to the Meteor Crater rest area on I-40 between Flagstaff and Winslow, 38 new spaces to the Haviland rest area, I-40 west of Kingman. Yeah, there was a poll conducted in 2020 by the I-10 Corridor Coalition that's found 78% of truck drivers spent more than 30 minutes seeking safe parking. Yeah, that lack of safe parking often leading to many drivers parking on shoulders, ramps, or other undesignated areas. Are those systems actually helpful? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
One tidbit of news for our friends to the north from CDL Life this past day, I believe it was. It says Canadian National Railway is bracing for a work stoppage today, Tuesday, after members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in Canada issued a 72-hour strike notice. Now, the union represents about 750 signal and communication workers who are prepared to walk out if a new agreement's not reached by today. January 28th is the deadline. Canadian National is aware of the notice. The company says they have a contingency plan in place and is focused on keeping the supply chain fluid and keeping goods moving safely. They say these activities will continue uninterrupted as long as necessary, according to Montreal-based Canadian National in an emailed statement to Freightwaves. Now, negotiations between the railroad and the union began on September 24th of last year. The union filing a notice of dispute with the Minister of Labor October 29. Canadian National previously announced that move led to the appointment of 3 conciliation officers to assist in the negotiation. The union says more than 95% of its members have voted to authorize a strike. About 32% of Canadian National's $11.9 billion in revenue 2023 was tied to U.S.-Canada cross-border traffic. Canada's national freight rail network, as we recall, was briefly shut down when Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Kansas City locked out the Teamsters Union in a contract dispute. That lockout ended after the federal government intervened in that case. So it could have some impact on cross-border rail traffic between the U.S. and Canada. We'll see what kind of impact, if any. I mean, they say they've got contingency plans, right? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So who's running Canada now? Is Trudeau still in charge up there, or is he he turned in his resignation and everything, right? Is he still there, or is they replaced him?
I
Or?
don't think he's been replaced yet. I hadn't paid close enough attention, but yeah, I haven't seen that he's actually exited yet.
Okay. So I wonder if his left-leaning views up there will have any power to make anything happen if there is a strike, because he kind of put the kibosh on some other strikes up there, didn't he? If I remember correctly.
Right. The one last year he did. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So it'll be interesting to see, because he's on his way out. How much, if he is still in power, if he still has power, or if everybody will just laugh at him. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. So, anyways, I guess there's if you want to call it this, it's a little update around the Key Bridge area. Not the Key Bridge itself, but the area around the Key Bridge. Apparently, they've been planting oysters around the bridge before the whole Dolly Key Bridge debacle. I guess we can call it a debacle at this point. It's not getting much better here very fast. So, anyways, because of all these oyster fields, they've been trying to, reestablish the oysters and everything. They're all around all the bottom of the base of the bridge and everything, and a few other places out there in the harbor. And so I'm guessing there's got to be an environmental impact study on what's going to happen, because I guess the determination has been that what's left of the old bridge is going to go away and a new bridge will be constructed. But I don't know if the new bridge will be completely reconstructed in the footprint of the old bridge.
Right.
So the whole old bridge would have to go away first, and then the new bridge would be made, or whether they can start construction on a new bridge in proximity to the old bridge, and then in the process, either during the building of the bridge, work on tearing down what's left of the other one, or even wait until the new one is completed and then worry about taking down the old one. So I don't know what they're, I haven't seen any plans of what's going to go that way, but whatever way it's going to go, it's either going to have to go around the oysters, or they're going to have to try to relocate oysters, or let all the oysters die and then try to repopulate again. I don't know. So you can just imagine what the environmental people are going to be going after there to, so, and anyways, but I thought that was kind of an interesting factor. As far as the world of trucking goes, the great world of trucking, is that the GDT, the great world of trucking. Anyways, the hours of service waiver has been extended until the middle of February.
Oh, yeah?
So we're just safe to just keep driving. Just keep driving until the middle of February. We'll be able to stop and take a nap sometime in February.
So was that that the one that encompassed the entire lower 48 from a yeah?
As far as I know, it was an extension to what was already put in place. And
okay.
Unless a state has actually added to that, there's that was the one waiver that was out there for everybody. So I'll have to just finalize, double check that, but I did get an email came down, and there wasn't anything specific about different states, and it just said the waiver that was there has been extended until the middle of February. So it doesn't end on the last day of the month at 11:59. So we're just keep on a trucking, and but all these warm temperatures you give us there is not gonna cause us to have a lot of places to take gas too, because a lot of people start slowing down. Even just a 10 or 15 degree difference in change, will cause a difference in the amount of gas consumption. So we'll have to see where all that goes. And I got a question for you about Knucklebuster.
Yeah.
Now, Knucklebuster made a big point that he's never missed a Super Bowl since the Green Bay Packers played the Kansas City Chiefs back in, 1966, I think was the Super Bowl one. and he hasn't missed one since, and he wasn't going to miss one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Tennessee asked him to do something or told him he needed to do something, and it interfered with him seeing the Super Bowl, which do you think would happen?
A good question.
I'm a-thinking. I don't know. I don't know if there'd be yodeling in the hills, but there might be some hollering in the hills.
You got priorities, right? You better,
Yeah.
Well, when we get
anyways,
when we hear from Knucklebuster for our next go around, we'll pass that question along. Who gets priority, the Super Bowl or Tennessee? Right. All right. Clear lines 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he feels like the U.S. is entering a new era of government. The Louisiana congressman spoke ahead of President Trump meeting with House GOP members in Doral, Florida today.
When the president says he wants to make the government more efficient and effective, and we say we want to limit the size and scope of government, it means that everything is on the table for reevaluation.
It comes as House Republican leaders have signaled they will attempt to put Trump's legislation agenda into one bill that could include measures on energy and the border. President Trump's border czar is promising that immigration raids against suspected illegal immigrants will expand.
Tom Homan told ABC's This Week that ICE raids will soon go beyond illegal immigrants convicted of crimes.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8 United States Code 1325. It's a crime.
Homan insisted the agency needs more funding from Congress in order to fulfill its mission. He also confirmed that immigration authorities will not hesitate to raid schools, churches, and hospitals. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The IRS has begun accepting and processing 2024 income tax returns.
The official deadline to file your taxes is still April 15th. The agency did note individuals and businesses affected by the wildfires in Southern California now have until October the 15th to file their taxes. California also aligned the state tax deadline with the IRS. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Space heaters are one of the most common causes of house fires during the winter.
Nationwide, nearly 46,000 fires were caused by heaters, resulting in 480 deaths and $1 billion in property damage. The Washington State Fire Marshal says precautions can prevent the fires. Keep flammables 3 feet away from a heater, don't leave a heater running unattended, and plug them directly into an outlet, not a power strip. The heater should be placed on a flat surface, and it should have an automatic shut-off in the event it tips over. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Nearly 30 people suspected of trying to cross the border through the ocean into San Diego had to be rescued over the weekend. San Diego State Senator Brian Jones says it shows the need for greater security.
What the previous administration was doing on the border was not compassionate, allowing people to come over and be trafficked, put in harm's way. We saw the boat capsizing. That's not compassionate to allow people to come in that way.
The Coast Guard says there has been more than a dozen smuggling attempts near San Diego in just the last 2 weeks. After nearly being sunk by the pandemic, the cruise industry is sailing into some record territory.
Skeptics thought the cruise industry would never survive COVID, but AAA says it's the one sector of the travel industry that's outperformed the rest. 19 million Americans are expected to cruise this year, an increase of 4.5%. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A Tampa, Florida cardiologist says one of his patients began shedding cholesterol through his hands after adopting a carnivore diet.
Dr. Kostas Marmakilosis of Tampa General Hospital co-published a paper in a cardiology journal. He treated a man in his 40s who showed up in his office.
He came to our office last spring without any cardiac symptoms, but with a new rash that showed up in his hands.
Marmakiolis says the man's diet included 6 pounds of butter, cheese, and greasy hamburgers, giving him a cholesterol level 5 times normal. He says patients shouldn't adopt this diet without regular monitoring by a physician. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Roll it into a brand new day. Trust your week's off to a good start. From time zone to time zone, turn the page on the calendar. 28th day of January. Hard to imagine. We're already to that final week. First month of the new year. All right, we were alluding to a Our next cross-country storm that brought some rains into Southern California Sunday into Monday. So we'll look ahead. I'm not seeing much on the radar out there right now. Trouble begins to expand in the southwest. Into Wednesday, areas of low elevation rain and mountain snow begin to spread from Southern California to portions of Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico. Wintry travel is in store along portions of Interstate 15 in Utah, I-40 in Arizona and New Mexico, they tell us. The storm will have enough moisture to bring the first soaking showers to Phoenix. Since back in August, a few inches of snow for Flagstaff, Arizona into the day today, Tuesday. A couple of rain showers maybe in the valley around Las Vegas. Now Wednesday, Thursday, showers, rain, and snow reaching Albuquerque. Now then, areas of heavy rain will unfold soon after the storm kind of reinvents itself over the middle of the nation come midweek. Depending on the track and the strength of the storm, its ability to generate cold air, accumulating snow is possible from northern Arizona to southeastern Colorado, northwestern Kansas, and maybe part of central Nebraska, beginning as early as Wednesday. Snow or a wintry mix could last into the end of the week over parts of the Rockies and the High Plains. Some cities that may experience enough snow to make travel slippery include Santa Fe, New Mexico, Pueblo, Colorado, Dodge City, Kansas. Drenching rain will fall in part of the storm's warm sector further south and east of the track. Rain in an area of the south central states that is experienced well below historical average precip here in the month of January. San Antonio and Austin, believe it or not, are actually both in extreme drought right now. The area could use the rain, but too much rain too quickly. That leads to flooding concerns. There's the potential for several inches of rain to fall and at least raise the risk of flash urban flooding and slick roads from central Texas stretching to western Kentucky. Possible that some locations pick up maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain. AccuWeather said some of the storm totals could be 7 inches in 24 hours or less as the storm moves along. So that's torrential rains. Now, the first round of severe weather in a number of weeks could be coming our way. As the storm ramps up, so will the risk for severe thunderstorms. The last time there was more than a stray strong thunderstorm was actually January 5th, when several tornadoes touched down in Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. The potential for thunderstorms packing significant hail and powerful wind gust will shift from central Texas on Wednesday to southeastern Texas on Thursday. Then the risk of locally heavy, gusty thunderstorms from the southern Appalachians to part of the Atlantic coast to close out the week also cannot be ruled out. So the storm will continue to ride along the boundary between the warm air to the south and seasonably cold air to the north as it tracks over the eastern states later this week. Depending on the track, the storm on Friday may bring some snow or maybe a wintry mix as far north as Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland in the Midwest. Drenching rain and perhaps some thunder and lightning advancing across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys on Friday. From the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys to part of the central Appalachians, enough warm air combined with rain could increase the risk of ice jams on some of the area streams and rivers. Just ahead of the rain in the south central and southeastern states, it may actually feel like spring for a short while, with temperatures reaching well into the 60s and even the 70s for some. As the storm begins to move through the eastern quarter of the country, Rain and thunderstorms could trigger some travel problems. Airline ground stops are possible. Atlanta and Charlotte, maybe Friday to early Saturday, busy travel times. In the Northeast, a wedge of cold air may be dry enough to prevent snow and a wintry mix in the northern parts of New York State and New England. However, that same cold wedge will likely lead to a wintry or icy mix in portions of the central Appalachians. And we're talking Friday to Saturday there. New York City is one of the major metro areas that could experience a wide range of precipitation. Drenching rain to ice and snow from south to north, even where several hours of heavy rain occur, such as Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. Travel delays likely from the storm for the tail end of the week into the first part of the weekend. So again, rather quiet out there right now, not seeing much of anything on the radar, but it's going to be kind of redeveloping as the days progress this week. Our number, 844-844-3388. It's not a Monday, but it feels like a Monday. Very quiet. All right, in New York, nothing to see here. Have no fear. It's just routine, right? I guess to some extent it is. Officials have begun a large-scale nuclear incident exercise in New York amid fears of World War III. The Federal Bureau of Investigation said the exercise includes military aircraft, personnel who will carry out scenario threats to be ready to respond in the event of a nuclear incident in the United States or overseas. Now, they say the drills began Sunday, but the agency said the public may now see personnel practicing out in the open. Now, this exercise ends on January 31st, so several more days. They tell us the training exercise will not pose risk to area residents. Please do not be alarmed by the activity they share. They emphasize that this training exercise or these sort of exercises have been conducted twice a year across the nation, all the way back since 2012. But it's meant to simulate a radiological attack, enabling response personnel to practice protecting public health and safety, providing emergency relief to affected populations, and restoring essential services. While the FBI emphasized the exercise poses no threat to the public, it comes a month after Vladimir Putin warned that World War III could erupt if the West continues escalating the situation in his latest existential threat over the war in Ukraine. The FBI Albany public affairs officer said, I believe planning for this one actually began back in the spring. She added these drills are not due to any recent or ongoing world events. The exercise will primarily occur at and around the Stratton Air National Guard Base, Albany International Airport, and portions of northern Saratoga County, they tell us. This is an exercise of the National Technical Nuclear Forensics Ground Collection Task Force, which would support the investigation of a nuclear incident. The task force mission is to collect nuclear debris samples for analysis at the national laboratories. Now, while details about the exercises are unknown, previous events have seen simulated scenarios to which personnel had to respond. March of last year, the New Jersey, Delaware, and Idaho National Guard participated in interagency chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and high-yield explosive trainings with the FBI, as well as state and local law enforcement. In one training scenario, the FBI received intelligence that a domestic terrorist group had planted bombs, including one with cesium-137, a radioactive isotope, as more than 10,000 people were about to converge on the Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton to listen to the vice president at the time. So simulations, they don't tell us how many people are involved, what you might see, but, well, just be aware that's ongoing for the next several days. Well, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? What's the word?
Word is, I guess, you were the man last night, huh?
Yeah, Steve, man, that was, man, you know, I dealt with this family back before I made sergeant. Had several dealings with the family. And unfortunately, I knew that 24-year-old girl pretty well. Back when she, was a teenager. So that was kind of heartbreaking to say the least. But I'll tell you, Steve, it really made my night to snatch his butt up, man. Especially probably having a murder weapon on him, you know. He'd fled out of the house. He was gone by the time we got there, and we didn't know exactly what happened at first. Thought maybe she overdosed. So we got her up in the squad and realized she's shot a few times. And so I was there at the house for a while, and I'm like, man, I'm going to go out and snoop around. My thought was probably in the daylight we were probably going to find him dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound is what I was kind of figuring. But with Frank, he was known to carry a gun all the time, so I knew he was probably armed. But Steve, I went and checked a few porta potties that were in a park close by, and well, I started heading back towards the house, and I turned down 7th Street there, and holy crap, there he is, walking in front of me, man. You know, couldn't believe it. And,
so you knew who you knew who you were looking for, because you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, some other guys ran him that weren't familiar with him. They ran him, and they had his BMV photo up on their screen. But yeah, so I kind of got on the radio and had some other cars start my way, and then as soon as the one pulled up, I kind of just jumped out. And I'm thinking, Steve, man, this ain't going to end well. This is probably going to end up in a shootout, you know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, thank God, I guess. Thank God he, got down on the ground and complied with everything. And, like I said, he had that pistol on him that was probably used to shoot and kill his own 24-year-old daughter.
Wow.
It's just unbelievable. You know, it's like the things you see out here, man. So yeah, that cranked off right about 1 o'clock last night. I didn't get home till 5:30, I think it was. We took him up to the district, and obviously the detectives were up there doing their thing. And so, anywho, yeah, but still, last night I was going to call in and talk about the tariffs that Trump was going to put on Colombia if they refused to take them flights, right? They quickly changed their tune, though, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. No, I was going to call in, and I don't care. I don't care, Steve, if I got to pay $5 for a cup of coffee. Put the tariffs on, man. I do not care. You know, I'll pay whatever it takes, or I'll stop. I won't stop drinking coffee or change from Colombian-grown coffee to other coffee, but I don't know. Whatever it takes, I'm willing to pay it. Screw them, but they turned around and changed their tune real quick, and now from what I hear, they're even offering to fly their own jets in here to pick them up and take them back home where they belong. So, man, who was it? One of these, Selena Gomez, is that what her name was? She was, I guess, on social media crying like a little baby.
Really?
Yeah, about, us deporting all these criminals. Steve, what is up again with the whacked out left? They are up in arms about us, or about ICE, going around rounding up these illegal immigrants that are committing violent crimes against United States citizens. Why are they up in arms about this? It just blows my mind. And they don't fight for the American people, man. It just shows you how whacked out these people are. Saw one clip of some lady, they're going to be raiding the schools and yanking kids out of schools, and I'm just thinking to myself, anything they can do to try to turn the narrative around, to think that they would be against criminals, murdering, raping, any other unspeakable acts we probably can't.
I mean, what was it? Was what was it called? The Laken Riley Act, which specified criminal aliens. It didn't say anything about non-criminals, but the number of Democrats in both the House and the Senate that voted against that.
There were some, but there was a lot of bipartisan agreement that it did pass overwhelmingly. There was a lot of Democrats that did vote for it. But, Steve, we got, like you just said, people in our government, running our government, that are not willing to vote and put their stamp on that piece of paper saying, get these people out of here. All I can say is, man, these people run again. I think I said something the other night. These whacked out far left liberals, Democrats, we got to get every last one of them out of office. I mean, we've seen that with the election. And they just keep stabbing themselves in the foot, man. I had something wrote down actually last night.
Hang in there, Pappy. We were trying to get this story put together here. Real quick as I reconnect. Hello to 007. Checking in here. What's going on? From the TA truck stop in Boise, Idaho. All right, let me see. Do we have
your callers from the call-in studio web interface?
Come on, it's connecting.
Audio recording is on.
Like it,
all right. Sorry, Pappy, we're back. We lost it for a moment there. My line disconnected.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know where you lost me at. There was something I was going to bring up. I can't remember what it was, but I was just said this last week, man, the Trump train has been a-rocking. It's full steam ahead. And if nobody likes it, or if anybody don't like it, feel free to jump off the train and get the hell out of this country. So I can think about what I wrote down. Maybe I'll give you a shout back later. If the call line's on busy. Come on, folks. Dial it up, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we know what a Monday's like, but I mean, hey, it's Tuesday normally. Where everybody at? Has anybody heard from the Carolina monkey gouger? We haven't heard from him since before Christmas.
What the heck?
Right?
Might have to give him a call, man.
See what's going on.
Well, there's a saying. Well, do something to get off the pot, man. So, all right, brother. I appreciate you taking the call, man. There was something good I was going to bring up there. what happens when you get old, man. I think I'll call you back, yeah. Everybody be safe.
Fair enough. Thank you much, Pappy. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Help a brother out. All right, this is something I'm thinking, I don't know, Vic may be able to help explain some of this along the way. I remember the name, the Manhattan Project, very, very young, didn't pay much attention to it. CIA Director John Ratcliffe said last week that President Trump's administration is considering creating a national laboratory akin to the Manhattan Project to help develop and steer the future of artificial intelligence. When you talk about AI, one of the things I want to explore, he said, is whether we can expand and establish a national laboratory for the development of AI to help the U.S. government leverage emerging technology to make sure that American leadership is that. That was his first interview as the CIA director last week, confirmed last week by the Senate into that position, and he spoke to Breitbart News about how he intends, as directed by Trump, to remove politics from the world's most preeminent intelligence service and restore its critical functions of intelligence gathering and preparing the U.S. government with the best possible information. More on what he had to say coming up here. Something akin to the Manhattan Project, that was a big deal at the time, right? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported. I'm Michael Board.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. I see a report coming in that U.S. Border Patrol agents near Fronton, Texas, reportedly exchanging gunfire at the southern border with suspected drug cartel gunmen from Mexico. Tell you what we have on that coming up. First, let me get quickly back to the new CIA director, John Ratcliffe. In his first interview with Breitbart News, he also said he's going to be pushing to formally determine if COVID leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Something he has since done as director of CIA. But he explained the idea for a national laboratory. So it kind of dates back to the Manhattan Project, where the U.S. government helped scientists develop nuclear weapons that won World War II for the U.S. and the Allies. He said the recent announcement from Trump of a Project Stargate, that $500 billion initiative to promote artificial intelligence, could be expanded upon to include more public-private partnerships akin to the Manhattan Project that get the U.S. out in front of our adversaries on AI. You saw this initiative that the president discussed, Project Stargate, the 4-year, $500 billion artificial intelligence infrastructure project that's been proposed with all of our great technology companies. We could expand on that with a public-private partnership where a government element could participate. We've done this before. Our constellation of national laboratories could be traced back to the Manhattan Project we used as a public-private partnership to develop the first nuclear weapon. We need to be thinking about the ways we can do that to counter how our adversaries are using things like cyber threats to their strategic advantage, putting our national security interest in a place where we're able to harness the data and the computational speed of AI to understand trends and events and threats and opportunities faster than our adversaries do. Now, based on some of the news this past day, I think China just unveiled a new technology which, yes, took many by surprise. It's like we are already way behind as to where China has come with artificial intelligence. Now, he did say, what we know is our adversaries are trying to utilize AI and machine learning and the emerging technologies in that space to collect intelligence against us and use that against our interest. So the bottom line is we have to harness that, utilize it more effectively than our adversaries. Now, if you watched the confirmation, I talked about the fact that only one country in the world can parallel park a 200-foot rocket booster. The Chinese can't do that. The Russians can't do that. And the United States can't do it without the partnerships like we have with SpaceX. And Elon Musk taking advantage of our innovation and the ingenuity to give us the ability to do that. Artificial intelligence. Wow. All right, Knucklebuster. Good morning, Knucklebuster. Hey there.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, it only takes $1 more to go first class, right? Why be second place to anybody there? If we're not number one, then somebody else is going to be over us.
Yep.
I'm not bowing down to anybody, right? Well, I want to say this about the trucking industry. I see drivers out here putting an American flag on the back of their trailer there, blowing in the wind and, ragging it all out, getting it dirty, no light on it. I got a suggestion for you. I got a flag in my truck. It's back there on my sleeper wall on the inside. I shine a light on it just like it's supposed to when it's dark. I got 3 of them in here, actually, an American flag, a Marine Corps flag, and a Christian flag. I can put either one up if I want to there. It doesn't get dirty, and you can see it while I'm going down the highway there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, to answer, let's get around the horse feathers here. Steve, she watches all them ball games with me. So does Ziggy, because I usually drop some popcorn in the floor and all that. And Ziggy takes care of cleaning it up for me. So you don't have to fuss at me about that. But anyway, she the other day, she got down on her knees right there in front of me. She put her hair up in a ponytail, and I thought, boy, I'm fixing to get lucky. But guess what? She turned around and sat down and said, massaging my shoulders and neck.
Oh, boy.
I am. Yeah, well, I've told people before she's the horniest 64-year-old woman you'll ever meet, but I doubt horse feathers is ever going to get to meet her. So, good morning, Steve. We'll keep calling in. Y'all better start calling in. Horse feathers and I cannot be the only ones calling in. We can't come up with enough baloney and horse feathers, right?
Thank you much there, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. Well, Wheelchair Dave took the opportunity to dial us up. Let me see. Morning, Wheelchair Dave. How you been?
Well, hey. You had the bat signal up there, so gonna give you a call there and I try to help out there, brother. How you doing up there?
We're hanging with them. At least we're not as bitterly cold as we were this time a week ago. We were in the frozen tundra.
I hear you. I check on you up there and see how cold y'all get. Down here in Lake Lanier, Atlanta here, we have been, talking about freezing, this has been a terrible winter here. I think for the last 3.5 weeks, Steve, if you'll look, you'll see that we have been, for the last 3.5 weeks, every single night below 32 degrees, I believe. Is that right?
That sounds right, yeah.
Well, I can't wait for it to warm up. I used to take off, go down there to the Florida house there and snowbird, from Georgia. I used to say I'd snowbird from Georgia to Florida, but maybe I'll go in a week or so. I should have already got out of here by now, but hey, got to give a shout out to old Brain Dead. I really like Brain Dead when he calls in and talks about all the racing and stuff, because I used to be a racer and raced and did all that stuff, years and years ago. But I love how he updates everything. And I think you had a first-time caller named Mark that called in, and I believe he's turned down in Florida right now at the dirt modified races. Is that right, Steve?
I think, last week. I think that was the guy. Yeah, you kind of letting me know that the super late models are going to be racing this week.
Yeah, I wonder old Dale McDowell, he'll be down there, won't he?
He said he's there. Yes, indeed.
All right, we'll have to see how he turns out. But and then out to Pappy. Pappy, I don't know if you've been over there to the Bat Cave yet, but you got a Christmas present sitting down there at the Bat Cave. You need to go and pick it up sometime.
Every time he was planning to come, he got sick once and he got better, and it was going to come over. He got sick again. So he messaged me the other night and said, I'm going to try to get over there. So maybe this week. So
I know for the last couple of weeks he got over it there for a while, and the next thing he come down with the crud again, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did.
I'll be damned. Well, anyhow, I just wanted to help out, give everybody hello, and all the truckers out there, everybody we know for years and years, and great morning.
Thank you, Wheelchair Dave. Appreciate you checking in here this early Tuesday. All right, what is it? 844-3388. NASA. I missed this last week. Apparently, NASA kind of honoring their fallen space explorers. The Day of Remembrance last Thursday, as they referenced it, and held events at a number of facilities around the nation, including the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the Johnson Space Center there in Houston. The proceedings kind of commemorated the lives lost in NASA's three space tragedies: the Apollo 1 fire, 1967, the Challenger explosion, January of 86, and the Columbia disaster, February of 2003. The Kennedy Space Center deputy director said during the center's ceremony that it's an emotional and solemn reminder that we cannot let the decades separate us from these tragedies and numb us to their lessons. And even as we embark on new, bold ventures, keep the memories of those losses near us. We have to honor their sacrifice, fortifying our commitment to safety as new generations of space explorers follow in their footsteps. NASA holds their Day of Remembrance every year, late January, around the time when all three of those disasters occurred. The Apollo 1 fire, January 27 of 1967. So that was an anniversary yesterday. While team members were testing the mission's command module on the ground, the three Apollo 1 astronauts, Roger Chaffee, Ed White, Gus Grissom, were in the spacecraft at the time. They all perished. Of course, Challenger broke apart 73 seconds after launch, January the 28th of 1986. Today is the anniversary of that. Killing all 7 astronauts on board, including the first teacher in space, Krista McAuliffe. Columbia lost re-entering Earth's atmosphere February 1 of 2003, again claiming the lives of all 7 astronauts at the time. So I'm sure that's going to be on the list of this date in history, which we do have before us here, thanks to Dingbat this past day. Have to get to that coming up here. First, let's head on down to Philip in Florida. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. That was a heck of a launch SpaceX had yesterday. They launched some Starlinks. They're putting on them direct-to-cell satellites up now, Steve. So you might be seeing a SpaceX phone package here pretty soon. Would you get that, Steve?
I guess it would depend on what's the cost going to be. That's the key, right?
Yeah, it's the cost of it. Yeah, I'd get the Starlink, but it's kind of expensive down here. So, but you're talking about Challenger and Columbia and Apollo 1 and everything that went wrong with those flights was something simple. You know, who would think a piece of styrofoam would damage a shuttle big enough or, bad enough to where and when it came back it wouldn't survive? Who would think an O-ring? Now, it was an industrial O-ring, a lot bigger than what we're used to seeing out here when we work on our vehicles. But same concept, just a bigger deal. Who would think an O-ring would freeze up? And Apollo 1, Steve, one of the things that fueled that fire, it wasn't the primary cause of the fire. Steve, do you use Velcro?
Absolutely.
Have you ever used Velcro?
Oh, yeah.
Velcro was part of the cause of that fire in that module. And a lot of people, I don't know if very many people know about that, but that was one of the causes. It wasn't the cause, but, it fueled the fire. And that, like I said, it's just simple stuff, usually when something like this happens. We've talked about the flight termination systems, the FTS systems with SpaceX and their Starship. Well, when Challenger happened, they used the flight termination system to keep the rocket boosters from coming back to Titusville because they were coming back towards Titusville. So they terminated them before they even got back to land. A lot of people don't look at that aspect of it. When they hear all this stuff on TV, they're like, oh, okay, it's just part of the procedure, but it's a little bit more than just part of the procedure. It's also for a lot of people's safety. Who knows what happened with Starship, the one that just blew up in space?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe that flight termination system was put off before it did it. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out if it got hit with any of that debris, but it was neat looking in the sky, but that was about it. But I wouldn't want to see anybody get hit, but something to think about. And also, with what's going on with everybody's relationship with the government now, I think that we're going to see a lot of companies like SpaceX come out of the woodwork a lot more, and it's going to change the system and how the government and NASA do their program. So from now on, NASA is going to be funding somebody else to build the stuff instead of them developing it. It takes a lot of strain off of NASA. And now we have the Space Force, and that's going to take it to a different level too as well, because a lot of these big companies like SpaceX are going to have to supply the Space Force with their equipment that they need, just like now with the Air Force or the Army or even the private companies out there. Steve, a lot of people, I don't know if they know this or not, but, you ever heard of the company John Deere?
Well, certainly.
Okay. John Deere, one of their biggest customers is the United States government. And I'm sure you've heard of the name Oshkosh.
Uh-huh.
They're one of the biggest suppliers for the government as far as equipment goes. So this is going to be the same thing, but in space. Instead of being John Deere, it's going to be SpaceX. It's going to be Blue Origin. It's going to be Rocketdyne, which it already is Rocketdyne in one form with a lot of things. But it's going to be a different system now. They're going to develop the vehicle. The vehicle's going to be used by the government. That's how, just like if they went and bought a jet from Lockheed. Same thing. Same concept, but it's going to be a rocket. And that's what our relationship's be. And that's what it's going to take for us to get the cost down on what it cost to launch, and it's something that we got to look at. So, but Other than that, Steve, was he just bringing up late models there just a moment ago? Wheelchair Dave?
Yeah. I had a gentleman call last week who was down there, and he was letting me know that they got the big, what is it, the Winter Nationals or something going on this week down there with all the super late model races.
Yeah. Well, down here, and if you get a chance to come to Florida on race weeks, they have over at Volusia County. They have the dirt modifieds. They have the World of Outlaws. They have a lot of dirt races over at Volusia County Speedway. And that's kind of up by Barberville, up there off of 40. It's somewhere to look at. I went there and saw Steve Kenzel and Sammy Swindell back a long time ago. It's a great place if you get a chance. There's a lot of neat little race venues around here, like New Smyrna. You ever heard of New Smyrna, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can go to New Smyrna on a Friday or Saturday night and watch some good racing, really good racing. And Volusia County, a lot of dirt tracks, and not to mention drag tracks. If you're into drag racing, Bradenton Speedway down there by Tampa, just south of Tampa. You got Buffalo over here by Orlando. You know, there's a lot of places, and there's a lot of good tracks down here. So if you're ever down here, want to see some racing, there's a lot of opportunities for you to see it. So come on down. But I got to say one thing, that was a pretty launch yesterday. I saw it after I got home from work, and everything looked like it went pretty good. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you, and we'll catch you later.
All right, thank you for chiming in here. Thank you much, Philip, in Florida. Off to work he goes this early Tuesday morning. All right, rest of the story. Border Patrol agents exchanging gunfire with drug cartel gunmen. No injuries in the incident near Fronton Island, which they say is an uninhabited island in the Rio Grande in Starr County, Texas. The island is a disputed territory about which Texas and Mexico have made conflicting ownership claims. Newsweek reached out to Customs and the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Border Patrol, and Texas Department of Public Safety. News Nation's Ali Bradley reported that while the suspected cartel has fired shots from the Mexican side of the territory for years, things in the area have escalated in unprecedented ways since Donald Trump was elected, even giving orders to shoot at agents recently. Obviously, since taking office, Trump has issued the massive crackdown on illegal immigration, the slew of executive orders paving the way for mass deportations, and the return of some of his first-term policies. Among those orders was one that designates Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, per multiple law enforcement sources, Border Patrol agents near Fronton, Texas, were fired upon from Mexico by suspected cartel gunmen as a group of illegal aliens were being brought across the river. I'm told Border Patrol returned fire. Nobody hit on either side, and the illegal aliens did not make it across, according to Fox News' Bill Mogan. He also reported that the Texas Department of Public Safety is patrolling the area and has a drone in the air. Mexican military assets are reportedly staging on the other side of the river. Now, about the time that the news broke, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posted a video of the Texas Tactical Border Force being deployed to the Rio Grande Valley to assist with Border Patrol agents. George Ventura, national correspondent for News Nation, posting a video at the scene saying he saw at least 3 law enforcement agencies, including deputies from the Starr County Sheriff's Office, Texas state troopers, and Border Patrol agents responding to the incident. Authorities tell Ventura that it is still a dangerous and fluid situation. Texas Governor Abbott posting via X, Texas is working closely with the Trump administration to secure the border and make America safe again. The Land Commissioner of Texas told Fox News Digital in 2023, the land just hadn't been accurately declared as it was forming in the river. That's why we had to step in and officially declare it as Texas territory. Customs and Border Patrol has not issued any sort of a public statement at this point in time. That was kind of breaking news from this past evening. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get to Brandon, who was recently a first-time caller. We need more of those first-time callers to be a second-time caller. Got you coming up here. Uberette on the line and room for you. A quiet Tuesday morning. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart Police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. She says there's no longer any threat to the public and the shooting is being investigated. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. A proposal from an AI company would allow the U.S. government to own as much as 50% of a new company that could buy TikTok from its Chinese owners.
Perplexity AI is offering to join with the government to create an entity that for now is being called NewCo. It would buy TikTok without the company's core recommendation algorithm, and existing investors would receive equity in the new company. The government would keep part ownership under an IPO worth at least $300 billion. Perplexity is one of several companies expressing interest in buying TikTok, which has just a few weeks to find a U.S. buyer or face being banned here over national security concerns. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been been deported, including non-Mexicans. I'm Michael Board.
Wall Street closed with ups and downs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points, but the Nasdaq fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is signing an executive order to help families and children facing deportation under President Trump's actions.
The goal of this team is to address the harms caused by President Trump's immigration enforcement policies.
Ferguson's order creates the Family Separation Rapid Response Team. It'll develop programs to help children who are separated from their families and keep them in school. Survivors and family members are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp in Poland.
I stood and watched helplessly as little girls from the nearby barrack were marched away crying and shivering to the gas chamber.
That's survivor Tova Friedman speaking at Monday's ceremony. Auschwitz-Birkenau was the site of unimaginable Nazi atrocities, the murder of 1 million Jews during the Holocaust and 100,000 other victims of fascism. 50 survivors were among those who attended the ceremony. 10 years ago, 300 survivors were in attendance. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Florida is the best place to retire in 2025.
That's according to a new study by Wallet Hub. The Sunshine State was ranked #1 for retirement nationwide due to its low taxes for retirees and the funding it receives for seniors from the Older Americans Act, which funds transportation and nutrition programs for older residents. Some of the other best states to retire include Minnesota, Colorado, and Wyoming, while Kentucky was named the worst. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it. Round number 3. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone there. Hello, Senor Heatwave. I guess he's off the road right about now. Fred joins us. Hello, Fred. Brain dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. As we can say, Manic Monday was just that. Sorry, I'm late to the party. But I wasn't called out tonight to run. Plus, the hounds wanted to make a run outside. I wanted a second round from lunch today. I'll be up for a bit. Got a few things to take care of before I head back to bed. Before I forget, 11 days till pitchers and catchers report. 21 to spring training, 57 till opening day, and we're 5 days from the NASCAR Clash. 18 days till the Daytona 500. Morning, Brandon.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Good to hear from you.
Hey, I just want, nice to hear from you again. Just wanted to say thank you for the coupon. I was able to order like 3 different things from the website on the Hot Shot Secret. Yeah.
Very good, excellent. All right, got to so. Yeah, you were one of the 5. I had 5 different names. 2 out of those 5 I screwed up on. I'm waiting for. I want Sheldon and Johnny need to call back this week if they can, so I can get their numbers.
Okay. Yeah, it was. They got a lot of different things. It was pretty neat. I got an older vehicle right now, so it'll be a big help. High mileage and get it running right. And I can go from B Dog to the Road Dog. Just a little bit. I was just going to give you a little bit more information. I was a volunteer firefighter for 13, 14 years where I live. So I did that until COVID. But unfortunately, had some personal issues with my dad. And took a personal leave, took a break, and made sure get all that straightened around. And I just want to give a shout out to Pappy. I have some friends that are that does what he does in the law enforcement community, and I'm a big supporter. Have been for a very long time. And very, very grateful for people like that.
Yep. Excellent.
So
I'm trying to recall. You're the Delmarva listener there, right?
So it's right out on the Delmarva Peninsula. So there's Delaware, and we're in the southern part, so it's called Sussex County. And it's a good little distance from Delaware to Ohio. About 8-9 hours.
It's pretty good drive, yeah. Not one I'd want to do every day. Yeah.
I just know a little bit because my uncle used to do some traveling. My dad, I got a family out in North Dakota. There was the old farm, the old homestead out there back in the day. And I remember them doing a trip, and my grandmother and all would go out there once a year.
So when you placed your Hot Shot Secret order, what did you opt for? The Stiction Eliminator?
Yes, I think I went ahead and made sure I put in for gasoline engine and got that.
Okay.
And I got the transmission treatment.
The shift restore, excellent.
And I got the friction eliminator or
Stiction. Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Something.
Yep.
Whichever one. There's another one in there. Yeah, but it to help, just to kind of help everything, and try it out.
That would be probably was it the FR3, the friction reducer?
Oh, you know what? Yeah. That's correct.
Okay.
Yep, that is correct.
All right, that'll get you tuned up. Trust me.
That thing, yeah. I've heard of that stuff before. I mean, I've seen it around, on Amazon and different things, but I never tried it in my personal vehicle. So,
well, when you get a few miles under your belt when the product arrives, you'll have to give us a call back and tell us what you're seeing, how much of an improvement. Yeah, we'll look forward to that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much
for...
Yeah,
I'll definitely keep you updated.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for taking the time to dial us up here. Okay, like I said, we need more of those first-time callers to be a second-time caller. Thank you. Not the word hundreds of individuals wanted to hear. Hundreds of workers in Tennessee will face layoffs in the coming months as a major tire manufacturer plans to close a plant permanently this summer. Last week, Bridgestone Americas announced the closure of the Laverne, Tennessee truck and bus radial tire plant, effective July 31. This decision is part of the company's strategic initiatives to optimize the business footprint, strengthen competitiveness, and enhance the quality of the company's U.S. operations, according to the announcement from Bridgestone. Now, this closure will impact 700 Bridgestone workers, according to the company. Decisions like this are not easy because of the impact it has on our teammates and our families. And at the same time, we're optimizing our business footprint for the future, according to Scott Damon, Chief Executive Officer of Bridgestone West and Group President of Bridgestone Americas. We are confident this decision will strengthen our core business, enabling us to operate more efficiently. Now, in addition to the closure of the Laverne, Tennessee plant, Bridgestone also plans to reduce its workforce at the Des Moines, Iowa agriculture tire plant and to cut jobs in U.S. corporate, sales, and operations positions. Bridgestone also plans reductions in workforce and production capacity at facilities and business operations in Argentina as well as Brazil. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. Before we get started with today's edition of Interesting Facts, I wanted to say thank you for the kind words you said about this that I put together and send you every day. Hope you have a little fun with our national days, but also shed some light on what has happened in history. I hope to do this on a daily basis for the show, but also the listeners. With that said, buckle up, because here we go. All right, today's national days. It is National Plan a Vacation Day. So it's time to plan the next cruise. It is National Blueberry Pancake Day. It is National Kazoo Day, plus National Daisy Day. And a couple of others. National Rattlesnake Roundup Day. Yeah, you go ahead. I'll watch from the sidelines. International Lego Day. And finally, it's National Pediatrician Day. It was this day, 1547. A 9-year-old King Edward IV succeeds King Henry VII. In 1902, Carnegie Institute, founded in D.C. This date in 1915, the Coast Guard was created by merging the U.S. Life-Saving Service and the U.S. Revenue Cutter Service. In 1957, tonight, America After Dark premieres with Jack Parr as the host, which later becomes The Tonight Show. 1958, the Lego Group patents their design for interlocking bricks, thus International Lego Day. 1985, on this date, We Are the World is recorded, with Michael Jackson's Stevie Wonder, among a number of others. But finally, I was not born yet when this happened, as how could we not forget 1986. It was the Space Shuttle Challenger exploding 73 seconds after liftoff. And like so many others, that was, and I've always had this fascination with space, as you can tell. Wife was actually, she had a babysitting job. She was downstairs, and I was just over there keeping her company while she was babysitting. I went upstairs to watch the launch, and I'm sitting there in the living room at the babysitting home and watched it all unfold, and what a tragedy it was. The day that kind of shook the world. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it here. I mentioned earlier, we're talking about the artificial intelligence thing and what has recently been unveiled by China that kind of shocked the markets this past day. According to the Reuters report, global investors dumped tech stocks this past day as they worried that the emergence of a low-cost Chinese artificial intelligence model would threaten the dominance of artificial intelligence leaders like NVIDIA, evaporating $593 billion of the chip maker's market value, a record one-day loss for any company on Wall Street. It says last week, the Chinese startup known as DeepSeek launched a free artificial intelligence assistant that it says uses less data at a fraction of the cost of the incumbent services. By Monday, that assistant, that app, had overtaken the United States rival ChatGPT in downloads from Apple's App Store. That led the tech-heavy NASDAQ to fall 3.1% Monday. NVIDIA was the NASDAQ's biggest drag, with its shares tumbling just under 17%, marking a record one-day loss in market capitalization for a Wall Street stock. According to LSEG data, NVIDIA's market cap loss on Monday was more than double the previous one-day record set by NVIDIA last September. The next biggest drag was the chip maker Broadcom Incorporated, finishing down 17.4%, followed by ChatGPT backer Microsoft, which fell 2.1%, and then Google's parent Alphabet, ending down 4.2%. Now, what is known as the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index tumbled 9.2%, its biggest percentage drop since March of 2020, and its biggest decliner was Marvell Technology, which tumbled 19.1%. U.S. equity declines followed a sell-off that started in Asia with Japan's SoftBank Group down 8.3%, then moved through Europe, where the ASML fell 7%. If it is true that this new app, DeepSeek, is the proverbial better mousetrap that could disrupt the entire artificial intelligence narrative that has helped drive the markets over the last 2 years, it could mean less demand for chips, less need for a massive build-out of power production to fuel the models, and less need for large-scale data centers. All the hype around artificial intelligence has powered in a huge inflow of capital into equities in the last 18 months, lifting the stock markets to new highs. As recently, I guess, as last Wednesday, U.S. artificial intelligence-related stocks had rallied sharply after Donald Trump's announcement of a private sector plan for what he said last week would be a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure, the joint venture known as Stargate. So just after the announcement of Stargate, since then, SoftBank announced a $19 billion commitment to help fund the Stargate venture, whose other backers include the likes of the ChatGPT developer, OpenAI, and Oracle, whose shares finished down 13.8% Monday. Bad day for the AI investors. Morning, Uber Ed.
Steve. Hey, how you doing, Steve? Hey, I want to add to what Philip talked about that direct sale with the Starlink.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it all started back about a year ago. Elon Musk picked one cell company out of each country, and T-Mobile is the one out of the United States. And they've been launching all them satellites up in the sky.
Yeah.
And they just started in January, Monday, I should say Monday. They started picking people to beta test the direct sale.
Yeah.
In Starlink. And I know I'm on the list. You had to sign up back about Christmas time to be on the list. And you got to have I think it's an S24, which I got the S24 Ultra. You got to have an S24 or newer cell phone, and I think I ain't familiar with the Apple product, but I think that's the new Apple phone you got to have to be able to, be able to test it. But it's gonna be with if you got a T-Mobile contract, it's gonna be on the contract. There ain't gonna be no buying the service. And they're starting with just the Texan part of it, and eventually it's going to be where you can call and stuff.
So, can Starlink maybe actually like replace cell phones?
No, I don't think he's trying to replace them. He's working with T-Mobile right now. Eventually, years down the road, it's going to be all the carriers are going to be able to use it, being part of it, but right now it's just T-Mobile they're using it, and I don't think they're going to replace cell phones, but it's going to be with your contract.
Yeah. Okay. See,
I've been reading. Do what, Steve?
I was looking at the numbers, like I told Philip. I said, what's the cost? And I mean, yeah, the Starlink cell service. They said it's the standard plan's like $120 a month, then it goes up from there.
As far as I know, it's going to be with you playing on your regular cell phone. It's not going to be a service. It's just going to be on your regular plan.
As far as like the beta testing that you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. I guess they've got to test it out and make sure it actually works. I did a quick Google search, Starlink Direct Cell. SpaceX is now preparing to expand Starlink's reach by beta testing direct-to-cell Starlink satellites, which will connect mobile phones to cellular services from almost anywhere on Earth. Yeah, of course, SpaceX, the thousands of low Earth satellites, the Starlink cell service, the cost. I guess, once they get through the beta testing, the standard plan, $120 a month. Priority service, whatever that includes, $140 to $500 a month. What is known as roaming service, I guess, from $50 to $165 a month. Mobile priority would run you from $250 to $1,000 a month. Performance. Starlink users typically experience download speeds between 25 and 220 megabytes per second, with the majority of users experience speeds over 100 megabytes per second. For most users, the speeds that you can reach on Starlink and 5G equipment would be similar to 5G routers, have a stronger advantage in the cities and urban areas which tend to have better mobile coverage. Okay. See what Iron Duck has going on here. You know what, Iron Duck? I look at the clock. We'll get back to you right after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported. I'm Michael Board.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here, where we leave off. Oh, yeah, the Iron Duck. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Hey, Steve. How you been doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for dialing us back up. You're a first-time, second-time caller.
Yeah, second-time caller. Oh, Steve, I had a late start yesterday. Had to wait on a shipper to get with me so I can finally get loaded. Had some trailer issues. Had wiring harness went bad. Had to call the service guys. They came out, fixed it. I only go 30 miles, and the lights are going dim on me again. Found out I was grounded out somewhere else. I'm like, oh. Yeah, so now I got to drive all throughout the night. I got to basically drive it straight in there from Louisville all the way to Easton, Maryland, which is right outside of D.C. Yeah. I have a question though. Would you or anybody know, like the scheduling for like the motorsports, like the like last year for like at the Mid-American Truck Show, we had like a tractor pull in, you know, because I'll have to go visit some of those places this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I have to visit those. And some other truck shows like your beauty pageants. I'm just, into stuff like that, So if anybody has like any information on it, please help us out, because that's my stuff,
As far as the Mid-America, they've had 2 years in a row. They've had actually tractor pull in there on Saturday night. I haven't heard any announcements that any such thing is slated yet for this year.
Yeah, I didn't see any. I'm signed up to go this year. I was like, we're still in Tractapole now, and I hear that's going to be down there in Florida this year, Winter Nationals.
They just, I think Kyle just flew back Sunday. They were down there. The NTPA kind of kicked things off there. I can't remember. I think it down in Florida. That was one of the first event of the season is underway.
Oh, wow. Okay. Guess I missed that one, but plenty more to go. I don't think I ever got the coupon code. I want to get some Hot Shot Secret for my truck.
Let me see here. I've got, I've got Iron Duck, Junebug, and Hammerhead. Yeah, you were all from last week. Should get them in another couple of days. I think they send them out like once a week.
Once a week. Okay. Cool. Looking forward to it. Oh, and tonight I want to give a shout out to Q Ball. I haven't heard from that guy in a while. It's a lot of interesting things he likes to talk about.
Yeah, he's crossed my mind. It's been a while since we've heard from him. You are correct. Yep.
I'll watch like a few of his shows on his channel on the YouTube. You know, I know he's working on his truck and this other truck that's like this Peterbilt he bought named Delane. Yeah, I like the fella Q-Ball. Well, that's all I have for this morning. Appreciate you taking my call.
All righty, and let us know when you get your $60 first time caller code from last week. There, I pulled up the Mid America Truck. It's just around the corner, March 27th through 29 this year. And I'm looking at some of the events. They got the opening breakfast. Let me see. The opening reception. I guess that's something they've done the last couple of years there. Yeah, right after they closed down Thursday afternoon, the opening reception. Everybody kind of gather around, has a beer, has some snacks. Let's see. And the last year they had some live entertainment as well. See what they've got. Yeah, 6 p.m. Thursday evening in the South Wing lobby. Okay, yeah, the bourbon tasting, the Wall of Fame inductions, which they, of course, kicked off the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame 2 years ago. So, not sure how many inductees they'll have this year. They got the complimentary beer, raise a glass of cheer to a night of celebration, supported by our generous sponsors, providing you with a complimentary beer to enjoy. Free drink tickets are required, and they would be available from the event sponsors. So you have to go by those various booths there throughout the Triumph booth and the WEX, W-E-X booth. They'll be handing out the tickets there. Yeah, I'm not seeing they've announced the concert there, the Matt's Concert and After Party featuring the Steelwoods and Tony Justice, Friday night, 7 p.m. All right, that's the concert there in Freedom Hall at the Kentucky Expo Center. Obviously, Tony Justice, we all know who Tony is, has become one of the country music's most talked about independent artists, gracing numerous trucking industry magazine covers, unwavering trucking industry support. Tony has launched a career that most have only dreamed of, with 6 full album launches under his belt. The latest album, Greatest Shifts, featuring 21 hits, including 6 new songs, and Last of the Cowboys, a remix of that song. Colt Ford, I'm not really familiar, a groundbreaking country music artist known for blending traditional country sounds with hip-hop influencers, kind of a unique, energetic style that's captivated fans across genres. The Georgia native began his career as a professional golfer before turning his focus to music. Since releasing his debut album, Ride, through the country in 2008, Colt Ford has built a loyal following with his relatable storytelling, heartfelt lyrics, high energy performances. His songs often celebrate small-town life, hard work, Southern pride, making him a favorite among country and trucker audiences. Over the years, he's collaborated with a number of artists, Brantley Gilbert, Jason Aldean, Keith Urban, kind of solidifying his influence in the music industry. So that's the Friday night concert there at the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, let me jump over to Toby, I believe, joins us here. Morning, Toby. What's happening?
Not a whole lot, Steve. How are you?
Doing all right. New week underway. Here we go.
Yeah. Hey, a few quick topics, if I may. Next time you folks have a meeting of the minds there for Hot Shot Secret, maybe they could send a kudos out to Miss Crystal there at the Abbey Land Service Center in Curtis, Wisconsin. She does a lot to sell your folks' products.
Yeah.
And she actually has some pretty good testimonies on some of the stuff she's used, like the Ship Restore. So I actually sent an email off to Hot Shot Secret about that, but I never asked her if she received anything from them saying, hey, thanks for being a spokesperson for our product or something like that. So it's pretty good. Are you guys going to have a meet and greet going at Matt's this year and stuff like that at the Hot Shot Secret booth, or what does your booth usually entail besides your your show?
Oh, they'll have all the, obviously the product will be available. We'll have our broadcast booth there, and I believe they're going to have a couple, I think it's the tractors. I can't remember. Kyle mentioned, I think it's the tractor pullers. They're going to have a couple of vehicles in the booth this year. Yeah, we always, folks come by, gather around. They've got some seats available there for people to take a load off and relax a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to see about picking up couple more cans of the RV slide lube for my stepmom for her camper and that. She really likes that product. And, excuse me, so it's been pretty good. And then there's about half a dozen of us so far. We actually got an Airbnb across the river in New Albany. That's what we did instead of a hotel. And it gives you a little more freedom to do things. You know what I mean by that?
Sure.
So instead of having to have a hotel, you got more, if you want to get, after the show is done, you want to get food, take it back, you can. Works out pretty well that way. And stuff like that. So I was just a couple of questions I had for you there. There are more callers like me, Steve, out there that listen. But we're kind of third-party, outside-the-box people.
Right.
So we don't say a whole lot. We just kind of do our thing and keep going, And I don't know, a couple of us have joked about it and said, man, maybe we should say something. And one of them was like, we don't have our PhDs from Interstate University like some of these guys.
Oh, boy.
And so, it's meant to be a joke, but
right.
That's the kind of people they are and stuff. We're probably too serious sometimes about what we're doing out here. But, yeah. So, I don't know. But we like the show. Appreciate what you do for us.
And thank you. I appreciate every time. I know you've called a few times in the past, but thank you. I guess, we'll look forward to seeing you there in Louisville before you know it, right? Let me see here. Is that Sundance?
Yes, it is, Steve.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, first of all, there was something going on with your phones, and I don't know if that was what was causing the problem. Like, I would call in, and it wouldn't even give me the prompt to say anything. And it was doing it last Friday, I think it was doing it. And then it did it tonight, but then it worked. So I don't know if when you said it was having a problem, I tried to call in.
I mean, I did.
It would go to
I did lose connection a couple of times this morning. I've had to, you heard like when I had Pappy on, we dropped signal.
Right.
Yeah,
I got you. Hey, but anyway, I'm trying to do a little bit of research, and I was wondering if some of the truckers could call in and give when they started driving and what they were getting paid when they started. Guys back from the 70s and the 80s, and the new guys. See where the industry's at.
Yeah.
And if there's any brokers out there, if y'all could call in and tell us how bad the rates are, because I never hear them call up and say the rates are bad. You know, they're part of our industry. I do know. Do you know what the rates used to be for brokers when they first came into the industry and when they deregulated?
No idea.
You don't know what percentage they were getting?
No.
5%.
And what are they snagging now? 40%, 50%? What?
Landstar's doing 35%.
Okay.
But here's the problem with the percentage thing. If you take now 35%, if say a load pays $10,000, if they get 3,500, and I go 1,000 miles, and I'm making $10 a mile, and they get 3,500, and I get 6,500. That's 2 days of my time. That works, okay? But when they get it down to where that same 2 days of time, and they got it for $4,000, and they take $1,200 off of it, now I'm down to like $1,800, and I don't make any money at all because it's kind of like a restaurant. You know, before I even open the doors, I've got to make $425 that day before I make any profit. You know what I mean? And that's if I just sit there. It costs me $425 a day. So if I, you know, and then I start adding fuel to that, oh Lord, now we're looking at say 500 miles. We're looking at $300. That's another we're looking at another $800. So we're at $1,200. So for me to make any money, I've got to be at, at least $1,800 myself, and that's just one day, and that's all I'm going to make on the whole trip. So, if I got another day tied up in it, I don't make any money. I'm going in the hole. But that's, the lease purchase thing is not a bad thing. People don't know how to do math, and this is all about math, and this is all about time and distance. You can run 300 miles. You can run 100 miles an hour, 3 hours, run 300 miles, and your average speed, if you deliver the next day, is 12.5 miles an hour. And at 12.5 miles an hour, you're making $24 an hour for every hour. So, you're not going to make it. I mean, you're not going to make any money. Because fuel's going to be 12, truck and everything's going to be another 12. You made absolutely no money. So, and with inflation being what it is, but this was all set up during the Nixon administration, when they went overseas to China. And and that's why they did the Smoking the Bandit. I told you that. So they got everybody out here, and then they never raised the rates because they were getting $2 back in the 70s. I talked to one guy. He said he was making $140,000 as an owner operator, 78 the other day. And running for $1.50 a mile, and his truck cost him $40,000. So everything went up, rates didn't go up, and the only thing that got stolen was the driver's pay.
Yeah,
but I want to see what drivers were getting.
All I know is, when I first started 1996, I knew absolutely nothing about trucking. For all those years, working with my dad, so we're late 90s, early 2000s, and with constantly the calls from some of the veterans out there saying, I was making better money in the 1980s than I'm making now. I've heard that a million times, but all right, quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. There's Philip back on board. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Buddy, how you doing? I just wanted to touch base on that AI stuff of... has anybody ever put any thought in about that AI and what it can do, Steve? Has anybody done that? I mean, how much AI have we got around us that we don't even know is happening?
Right.
I mean, if you look at it like this, they have the ability, and the Stargate thing might be the beginning of it, to where they get businesses linked into it, to where you literally could, if they wanted to find you, you could, between your Ring cameras at your house and all the stuff going on, they could literally find you in a grocery store or anywhere with it. I don't know. I got mixed feelings about AI. What do you think?
It needs to be regulated, and there are those in the scientific community that say it's going to be smarter than the human, and it's going to be able to learn itself. I mean, it could be the demise of humanity.
Well, look at it this way. With AI in the future, and this is if the government links in businesses, and that's a big deal. I mean, businesses already have the technology in place where they can see where their stuff is, like trucks. I mean, what do you think the ELD was about, Steve? Everybody was thinking, oh, it's just going to take us away from paper. No, it's going to get everything in real time, and it's also going to see where a truck is, where a driver is in their daily work and everything. It's all about tracking. Mm-hmm. If the customer wants to know the temperature on a load that's in a refrigerated trailer and it's in the middle of Idaho somewhere, they have the ability to find it. And that's what it started out with, something like that. Now, it's got to the point now to where we have tag readers on cars. I know that Pappy has talked about them, and I do condone those because there are situations that bring criminals out that do bad things with those tag readers. They are a good thing as far as that goes. But you look at it between the facial recognition software that's out there that can find you in a grocery store, or they could find you in your car going down an intersection in a major city. I mean, look at New York City now with their tolls they've got in Manhattan now. This tolling system could be set up more into the camera deal, and it could find you anywhere. I mean, they could literally track you. And the thing is that's funny about it is a lot of people think it's cool to have all these cameras on their house and stuff. That's great. I understand it. Don't have a problem with it as far as theft and that kind of stuff, criminal activity. But when you start looking at having it inside your house and you start having it in different places in your house that could come into your privacy, then it's getting crazy. You know what I mean, Steve? I mean, literally, you think about this. You could go outside, take your trash outside your house. You're on your own cameras, and somebody could be watching you with AI. I mean, that's out there. That's out there now. And a lot of people don't realize it. I love technology. I love it to death. It's cool, some of the stuff that's out there. Like we were talking earlier, you were talking with a gentleman about the Starlinks. Those new telephones, the new Androids, the new Apples all have satellite telephone technology in them. Now, satellite telephone technology has been really ridiculously expensive. It's out there, but Elon Musk is bringing that cost down with the direct sell. Believe it or not, you said, what was it, $120 a month? You said that system was going to be
the standard plan. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It used to be, and this has been a couple of years ago, it cost you $600 just to find a satellite phone, and then that phone could be upwards of $1,000 or more to buy that phone. And that's all that phone does. It doesn't do anything but hook up to a satellite. Now, he brings the cost down with the phone companies now with the Apple and that. And I know Apple phones are like $1,200, $1,300, depending on what it is. And that's retail. Let's look at it realistically here. That's retail. You're not going to get your phone for that. You can actually get that cheaper if you deal with T-Mobile or some of those companies. They'll get you into that phone a lot cheaper. But this satellite technology is it's mind-blowing, the amount of information that can go through the air in seconds, and that's what this AI is going to do. This AI is going to go through and discern all this data. You don't need people to look up things anymore, Steve. You got machines doing it. You know what I mean? Instead of you going to the computer and trying to find a part for your car, you can tell your AI, hey, I need this part for my car. What retailer close to me has that part? And the AI will go through and look at all the data and find that part for you. So sometimes
I guess, what do they say? Be careful what you wish for. It can get downright scary. Hey, we got a break for the news break, and we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. She says there's no longer any threat to the public and the shooting is being investigated. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. A proposal from an AI company would allow the U.S. government to own as much as 50% of a new company that could buy TikTok from its Chinese owners.
Perplexity AI is offering to join with the government to create an entity that for now is being called NewCo. It would buy TikTok without the company's core recommendation algorithm, and existing investors would receive equity in the new company. The government would keep part ownership under an IPO worth at least $300 billion. Perplexity is one of several companies expressing interest in buying TikTok, which has just a few weeks to find a U.S. buyer or face being banned here over national security concerns. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported, including non-Mexicans. I'm Michael Board.
Wall Street closed with ups and downs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points, but the NASDAQ fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is signing an executive order to help families and children facing deportation under President Trump's actions.
The goal of this team is to address the harms caused by President Trump's immigration enforcement policies.
Ferguson's order creates the Family Separation Rapid Response Team. It'll develop programs to help children who are separated from their families and keep them in school. Survivors and family members are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp in Poland.
I stood and watched helplessly as little girls from the nearby barrack were marched away crying and shivering to the gas chamber.
That's survivor Tova Friedman speaking at Monday's ceremony. Auschwitz-Birkenau was the site of unimaginable Nazi atrocities, the murder of 1 million Jews during the Holocaust and 100,000 other victims of fascism. 50 survivors were among those who attended the ceremony. 10 years ago, 300 survivors were in attendance. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Florida is the best place to retire in 2025.
That's according to a new study by Wallet Hub. The Sunshine State was ranked number 1 for retirement nationwide due to its low taxes for retirees and the funding it receives for seniors from the Older Americans Act, which funds transportation and nutrition programs for older residents. Some of the other best states to retire include Minnesota, Colorado, and Wyoming, while Kentucky was named the worst. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
pick up where we left off there. Oh, by the way, welcome into a Tuesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Now, we left off with Philip there. I shared this scenario about the new Chinese artificial intelligence that just debuted. And just a handful of the headlines from Monday. Chinese AI rocks the world. A giant leap triggers a tech sell-off, a $1 trillion panic. Doubts over U.S. dominance. All those headlines from Monday alone, but yeah, a giant leap. I mean, how all of a sudden did China, just out of nowhere, come up with something that's so much bigger and better and, well, cheaper, I guess, than what we've developed?
I don't know, buddy, but I do know I watched the news last night before I laid down, and they were talking about that the espionage level of the Chinese government is insane compared to what's happened over the last few years with us. They say that it's unbelievable the percentages of how much they're trying to get people's information and data.
Mm-hmm.
So you think about how they developed this technology. I'm not beating China down by no means. There's a lot of people that work their butt off in that country, literally work their butt off in that country. All right. But the thing is, we don't need to be summoning up a machine. Something has to tell that machine to do it now, Steve.
Right.
But later on, the protocols might be met by something else. That machine just follows protocols from whoever. If somebody got into the system right now, think about this, Steve. You've seen freight trains, right? So every bit of our trains that are out there right now that are on the system are being monitored by a computer. Every one of them. And we saw what happened down in Texas, where that train crashed recently and took out a building because a truck went across the thing. Now, what happens if somebody took control of something like that with that amount of weight and did some crazy stuff with it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That could happen. Now, we've looked at this autonomous vehicle thing. That's another thing. Put it to you this way, Steve. In the future, it could be, you know, if you have your Tesla and you did commit a crime, they could just shut the car right down and it stops right where it's at, will come get you. That's a great thing. But in some aspects, if a person is found innocent, you know what I mean? It's crazy stuff to think about, but that's why everything fell with that Chinese thing. That one company, I can't remember the name. You mentioned it there a while ago. It was one of the biggest companies that does the AI in the United States. Is it
NVIDIA?
Vita or something?
NVIDIA.
NVIDIA. All right. So that company there started out by just figuring out why people didn't have to type anymore. That's one of the ways they started their deal. That guy actually was a gamer in that company. I always get the name wrong. I say it wrong because I always get it mixed up. But that company, if their stock fell and they're the largest one that's doing it, something's up here, bud. I mean, something's up big time. I mean, why is TikTok, our government, wanting to buy in 50% of TikTok to get it away from China? Why are they doing that? You know, if everything was great with China, why not just let it go? You know? There's just a lot of questions, you know, with this AI stuff. And a lot of people don't realize when they're out in the limelight at the grocery store, or they're at the mall, or they're just going to get something to eat at the restaurant, you could be on the camera and AI would be watching you and seeing where you're at and tracking you. Would you like that, Steve?
No, I don't like the Big Brother scenario.
It scares the heck out of you, but, I mean, it's sad to me. I mean, I deal with it on a daily basis at my work, okay? But that's part of my work. I have to accept it. I chose to work here. This is my life. I've got to. I choose it this way. And the guys earlier were asking about Q-Ball. Q-Ball is very busy right now with his video stuff for his channel.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep his channel going. Plus, he's trying to keep his truck going, as well as his shop going, because he's actually now, Steve, getting into some customers for his shop. He's trying to keep his shop. He's trying to make revenue or income, just like everybody else is out here trying to bust it. And I'm pretty proud of Steve. He's doing a really good job. He's putting out really good content right now. He's doing a lot of editing that's amazing. And he's adding more content that people can take interest to, and it's a great product. Steve is doing a really good job. His new truck, Elaine, is a Freightliner. He's trying to get that truck in, so now he'll have 2 operating trucks, and he can generate more revenue.
Okay.
I mean, he's a very busy guy. I know he can't call in all the time, but I appreciate what he does. If he hears this, I appreciate what you do, Q-Ball. Keep it up. And y'all have a good day, and I appreciate you taking me back in, Steve.
Thank you. Yeah, and I assume naturally that, like so many others, he doesn't necessarily work the overnight shift on a regular basis. Sometimes he is, sometimes not, and I know when he gets the opportunity, he dials us up. I pulled about the rest of the story, the bigger headline, where the world is shocked by this Chinese app being unveiled, DeepSeek, rocking the tech world, soaring past ChatGPT as a global race to superintelligence heats up, surging to the top of Apple's App Store in the UK, United States, and China after its launch, ironically, on Trump's inauguration day, challenging America's crown as the undisputed artificial intelligence kings. The blistering popularity has rattled tech experts and free speech advocates and was branded AI's Sputnik moment by Donald Trump's advisor, Mark Anderson. Now, the software, they say, is fitted with sinister features typical of China, such as its refusal to answer certain political questions about China and its leader Xi Jinping. The software, DeepSeek, is a large language model that can generate human-like responses to prompts, just like the famous ChatGPT. It is powered by AI software called DeepSeek V3, which its researchers claim was developed for less than $6 million. Now, that's a drop in the bucket compared to the billions international competitors have spent on their own software. Now, that figure has been disputed by others in the industry. Can you believe China? Really, $6 million? The company boasted that their app has performance on par with ChatGPT when it comes to maths, coding, and writing responses. Anderson warned that DeepSeek R1 is one of the most amazing and impressive breakthroughs I've ever seen. AI models are powered by advanced chips, and since 2021, the U.S. government has restricted the sale of those to China in order to stunt progress. To get around the supply problem, though, Chinese developers have been collaborating and experimenting with new approaches, which has led to models that require much less computing power than before and that can be produced far more cheaply. The CEO of San Francisco-based Scale AI said the breakthrough must be a wake-up call for America. He bought a whole-page advertisement in the Washington Post last week imploring the president to win the AI war. Trump has already emphasized his ambition to secure America during the inauguration speech, announcing the $500 billion Stargate investment last week. The Chinese government has announced much less investment, just $8.2 billion, according to the South China Morning Post. U.S. analysts are disturbed by the Chinese advance after shares in American-based AI companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Meta dropped Monday morning. One technology advisor tells the BBC that DeepSeek could potentially derail the investment case for the entire artificial intelligence supply chain, which is driven by high spending from a small handful of hyperscalers. All right, this new model, they say, developed by a hedge fund manager thought to have close links to the Chinese Communist Party, founded the company in 2023, as well as the hedge fund that backs it. It is thought he stockpiled NVIDIA A100 chips from the U.S. before their sale to China was banned, and he paired those with cheaper alternative. DeepSeek is not the only Chinese AI company that are right on the heels of the United States. I don't know. Interesting stuff. See, but Tom, I believe. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call this morning. And I'm like one of the other callers there that talked a little bit ago saying, we like to listen to you. We don't always call in, but we love to listen to you. So thank you for doing the show. Now, my next topic is the Starlink. And I was real happy about it. We just got ours this weekend. And I tell you what, I love it. I mean, I live in the middle of the woods in rural Alabama, and we had never been able to get our phones to work unless we walked outside in the open air to make it work.
Yeah.
And it's really, really rough to try and do that. Well, we got Starlink in, and now I've got speeds on my phones that are unbelievable. I'm sitting there thinking, I can't believe that just through this one little thing we put out on top of the house, that the speed and the computer and the phone is just unbelievable. So that's a good thing. But after listening to you and Philip talk just a minute ago, I don't know if I like it as much anymore, because I do believe, too, that they're gathering data from all over, and this one little computer is going to have all this data, and they will have more power than we really would ever want them to have. And, just driving up and down the highway, they know where we are. They know how fast our motors are running. They know everything about what we're doing in these trucks. And, of course, they got cameras on the side of the road that are taking pictures of us all the time. Mm-hmm. And I think, that is pretty scary. I don't know that I want to live here a whole lot, longer. I want to get off the grid as quick as I can. But even then, you're never going to be off the grid, because Google's going to be watching us all the time anyways, and all the other companies that have their satellites up there. But anyways, on the lighter side, I just wanted to say, Sundance, you make my head hurt every time I hear you call in. You and a pack of numbers, that drives me nuts. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm trying to add up, and he asked how long we've been driving out here. Steve, I've been driving out here since 1981. I took a brief stint for about 13 years, tried to be a broker for a company, and I brokered for 13 years, and it was the worst job I ever had. I thought I was going to die from a heart attack from having that job. So I gave it up. My wife and I talked about it, and I gave it up, and I went back to driving a truck again, and this is where I'm supposed to be. I don't care if I don't make a whole lot of money. I don't need to make a whole lot of money. I live within my means, so that's what the whole point of it is. But when I hear him call in, I think about those numbers. I think, great. I think of Ernest and Vern. You remember that commercial from a long, long time ago? The Vern commercials?
Yes.
You know what I mean, Vern?
Right, yeah.
I can see Ernest, hitting the buttons on the side of his head up there, and I'm thinking, that's Sundance, isn't it? But he's something else. I'll just have to say that. And I got one little happy note that happened to me today. I went to get my DOT physical today, right?
Yeah.
And 40 40 years of my driving, I've had to get a DOT physical every year because I have to take blood pressure medicine. And for 40 years, I've been going every year to get that stinking DOT physical card. Well, today I went in and got my physical, and the lady at the counter took my blood pressure and did all that stuff. And I told her I've been having to do this every year. And she says, I don't think you have to do that every year. She said, I think you're healthy enough. You can go 2 years. So she gave me a 2-year card today, and I knew it. I fell out of my chair. And I thought, dang, man, I've been putting up with this for a long, long time.
How about that?
All of a sudden, I was tickled pink when she told me that. So, well, listen, I can't stay long because I just got to my stop, and I'm fixing to go out here and park this trailer. But I just wanted to say thank you again, Steve, for all you do. You've kept me awake for the last 10 years out here, and I do appreciate it. So,
Thank you for calling, Tom. Yes, indeed. Well, good to hear from you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it here, and Plowboy. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, before I go anywhere, did I hear an old name you used to say here a little bit ago? Did you say something about Hammerhead got a hold of you here a little while ago?
Well, I heard from Hammerhead, last week. He sure did.
That's an old-time caller from way back.
And he said
I believe he's still out there in Oklahoma.
He said it's been 10, 15 years. I don't know. Last time I gave him a first-time caller code because he had never called here. But what prompted him to call in, though, was Vic, believe it or not, Mr. Memory. Vic was asking about Hammerhead here a week or two ago, and I guess he heard Vic inquiring. He thought he'd chime in and say hello.
Oh, I'll be damned. Well, that's good. Good to hear he's still out there and still alive. You had somebody ask you a question. My understanding, the Western deal down there is not going to be happening this year. That's what I got earlier today. Western tractor pull down there at the truck show. That's not going.
Gotcha.
Mack trailer's not going to be in there. Plus, this is the year for the OEMs not to be there. Is that not right, Steve? Odd year, right?
When's the last time the OEMs were there? I don't think. I mean, we went through the pandemic, no show for 2-3 years, whatever it was. There's a couple of them that have been there, but most of them haven't.
You're right. You're right. I was just thinking about the odd even years when they were going over to Germany or some damn place over in Europe.
And so did you get that email from Bubba Slade? Because is that what you got where he was saying?
Yeah. Sure.
Now, so he forwarded that to me as
Sure
well.
does, sir.
So I'm not sure exactly who all he was talking to. So that was, they say, the Mack trailer. They're not even going to exhibit. Is that what that meant?
That's what my understanding was, sir.
Okay.
I don't know. And they used to have a lot of stuff with them men dumps, especially when sand fracking and all that got big there years ago, because I talked to them quite a few times. Sundance, I've been out here since 82. And no, don't do the math, Steve. I'm not older than you are, brother. But with Daddy and on that farm, we've been doing ever since the late 70s. I got into it 82 because I could here in the state of Missouri. And aggregate and all that. So I can't really tell you about the prices of everything. I do know they were drastically went down from what it used to because everybody had what they called back in them days under the ICC authorities. We all had freight lanes. Everything was a different lane, different prices. But I'm being real quick, Steve. You follow Fox News quite a bit, don't you? Especially like on the weekends, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You know that doctor that you got in there quite a bit on like Saturdays and Sundays, that Dr. Mark Siegel?
Okay.
He was talking about AI the other day, right after that kicked off, about all this money into AI. And he is really applauding it because he kind of was off the cuff, but I hope he's right. He's thinking that they can get the algorithms and all that lined up here and then maybe not too far off, be able to find a cure for the big C that we all hate to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of things they're saying possibly could be done. All right, we pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he feels like the U.S. is entering a new era of government.
When the president says he wants to make the government more efficient and effective, and we say we want to limit the size and scope of government, it means that everything is on the table for reevaluation.
It comes as House Republican leaders have signaled they will attempt to put Trump's legislation agenda into one bill that could include measures on energy and the border. The IRS has begun accepting and processing 2024 income tax returns.
The official deadline to file your taxes is still April 15th. The agency did note individuals and businesses affected by the wildfires in Southern California now have until October the 15th to file their taxes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points. The NASDAQ fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard switching to Metashare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Metashare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Metashare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Indeed, we do have some industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Another promise Donald Trump had made during the inaugural speech was to make sure those who were kicked out for refusing a vaccine that was neither safe nor effective will also get back pay. He was set to sign an executive order this past day reinstating thousands of American service members who were discharged for refusing the COVID vaccines. Doing so will amount to another promise kept by the president, who stated back in August, he said, "I will rehire every patriot that was fired with an apology and back pay." Former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin issued a memo back in August of 2021, both declaring that mandatory vaccination against coronavirus was necessary to protect the force, characterizing the vaccines as safe and effective. The Biden administration's vaccine mandate for service members was ultimately rescinded in January of 23 as a result of the Republican-backed requirement that was added to the National Defense Authorization Act. However, during the 16 months that the mandate was in effect, roughly 17,000 service members refused to take the vaccine. while about 1,200 were reportedly able to secure exemptions. Pentagon records indicated that 3,717 Marines, 1,816 soldiers, 2,064 sailors were discharged for refusing the vaccine that had left some of their compatriots with health complications. Myocarditis, or in the case of former National Guard specialist Caroline Stanek, 3 heart attacks and a stroke. A White House official confirming to the New York Post that Trump's executive order will cover active duty or reserve service members who were discharged for refusing the vaccine between 2021 and 23. Over 8,000 are expected to be restored to their previous rank and provided both back pay and full benefits. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth pledged during his confirmation to reinstate and reimburse troops ousted for refusing an experimental vaccine. Tens of thousands were kicked out because of an experimental vaccine, he said at the time. They will be apologized to. They will be reinstituted with pay and rank. The Military Times indicated rectifying the Biden administration's error might prove rather costly, though, as back pay alone may run upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. Nevertheless, it will make whole those who were kicked to the curb for questioning a vaccine shown in some cases to cause significant harm. A study published January of last year in the Pharmacotherapy Journal indicated that COVID vaccination is strongly associated with serious adverse safety signal of myocarditis, particularly in children and young adults, resulted in hospitalization and death. A study conducted by the Global COVID Vaccine Safety Project, a global vaccine data network supported by both the Centers for Disease Control and Health and Human Services, published last year in the journal Vaccine, detailed some unsettling links between the AstraZeneca, Moderna, and Pfizer vaccines and medical conditions like Guillain-Barré syndrome, brain and spinal cord inflammation, Bell's palsy, and convulsions. Representative Brian Mast, who is a retired U.S. Army Ranger, celebrating Trump's decision, saying it's a great day for patriots, a great day for our service members, my brothers and sisters in arms. Let's not forget, he says, it wasn't just the military, it was other government agencies as well, where they were essentially washing out conservatives that were raising their hands saying, I don't want to take this vaccine. They were washing them out of government, washing them out of West Point, Naval Academy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Merchant Marine academies. Washing them out for being on the next promotion boards for first sergeants, majors, or officers. They were creating a system where the ones that were going to be given promotion to the next class of individuals were all going to be those that didn't say no. I'm not a conservative, and I'm okay with everything you're doing right now, Mast said. That's what was actually taking place. Now, they do point out, while the reinstatement might be welcomed by some troops, there may be others that have no interest in returning. Within 8 months of the repeal of the vaccine mandate, only 43 of over 8,000 service members that had been given the boot actually decided to rejoin. Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan. How you been?
Oh, not too bad, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. You was bringing up, yesterday was the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Today.
Yesterday.
A lot of people a lot of people, especially younger people, have lost the history of what happened in World War II. Actually, Braindead said it was 6 million. And that was the total estimated killed by the Nazis in the concentration camps.
I think Auschwitz was like 1 million at Auschwitz, right? 1 million at Auschwitz and 6 million overall.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 1 million at Auschwitz. I can't remember the exact dates, but it was like 43 to sometime or just before the liberation. The crematory never stopped. That's how bad, the crematory could not even keep up with the amount of bodies. It's some sickening things that them people done. I dated a lady for 3.5 years before I met my wife. She told me her father was a World War II vet. He was like in his 40s when she was born. And she told me that he said his brother, her uncle, when he come back from World War II, that he drank himself to death and died in the early 50s. Come to find out, it was his unit that liberated Dachau. I just can't imagine walking into a place like that. What has been done,
Mm-hmm.
It's a sickening. There's people out there that evil. The Israelis, the Mossad, they actually captured Eichmann in Argentina. I believe it was in '63. He was the one that coined the term the final solution. They had their eyes on Mengele. You read about the one that was doing the experiments on twins and stuff like that. It was Joseph Mengele. That was probably one of the more evil people that ever walked the face of the earth. But we always hear about the Nazis and what they did. But the Japanese were doing basically the same thing in the South Pacific. I've heard of upwards of 1 million Chinese were killed by the Japanese in World War II because they hated Chinese people because of their same ideology. Let's not forget the number of prisoners they tortured to death. And Chairman Mao, after World War II, took over China. It's been estimated he was behind 45 million. It's just amazing how many people was just slaughtered for really no apparent reason during the 20th century. We lose this in our history, and I'm afraid, the old saying is, those that don't learn from the history are doomed to repeat it. I hope that isn't true about these actions, but I'm afraid it is. I figured I'd try to give a little history lesson. Maybe I told something to somebody that didn't know. But I hope everybody has a safe night. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan. Yeah, that was 80 years. 80 years have come and gone. There are not many survivors left. What they say, there were like 100 in attendance versus 300 a year ago. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve, and hello, all of our listening friends listening to us on terrestrial radio and listening to us all over the place, all over the world, as a matter of fact, even down there in Australia. Praise God, glad to be here with you, and I'm glad you tuned in tonight. Hallelujah. Praise God, I'm glad you are here. All right.
We had to be on our best behavior last night. Your mama was tuned in.
I saw that. Yeah. My mother, which her old CB handle my dad gave her, was sugar britches. And so yeah, I saw her before I went to bed, I pulled you up on Facebook and saw that she was tuned in.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get the word out there. Every time we end Determined Ministries Church, we always tell them if you're up at the 11 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, come on and tune in to us. You know, we love to have you. I just had this little dog come up to me from out of nowhere, skin and bones, scared to death. And I'm inside one of my stores. He just followed me inside the store, scared to death. Someone just flat out abandoned him. I'm down here in Ponchatoula, Louisiana. He ain't nothing but a puppy, scared to death. Poor thing. So he followed me inside the store. Hey, buddy, yeah, I wish I could take you home, but I can't. So I already got them 2 huskies. I've got enough with them. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So, but yeah, I know. I just happened to look down, Steve. Literally, I happened to look down, and all of a sudden, I'm staring at a little old dog. Just followed me inside the store. So maybe I could give him to my mom. She was talking about wanting to get her another dog. So, you know, maybe we'll find a little home for him somewhere. But yeah, you know, we always try and tell the ones who tune in to have church with us, if you're up at the 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock Eastern, to tune in and have a fun time and listen to news and politics and things in the trucking industry from Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive. And I'm trying to get folks to call in who ain't ever called in before to be the first-time caller and get you that $60 voucher. Because, man, that is amazing, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
$60 to spend on Hot Shot Secret. But the thing is, you have to spend it at the website. You just can't call up Steve Sommers and say, hey, I want to spend my voucher here. No, you got to go to hotshotsecret.com to spend that $60. And like you see, we just heard, I believe his name was Brandon from the Delmarva.
Yes.
He got a couple of good things. So hey, that $60, you spend it right, it'll go a long way. But we're getting excited, Steve, because, you know, we have church every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m., and that's Central Standard Time, but we're getting excited about our Easter service. Easter is April 20th, God's children. April 20th is Easter. And we're going to be having, like I said the last time I talked to you, an old-fashioned dinner, what we used to call back in the day, a dinner on the ground. Dinner on the ground. And you can't get much better than that. So we're looking forward to that. And my mother, God bless her heart, she's making a bunch of I think she says she's going to fry some chicken wings and bring them. So we're going to have plenty of food there. Good old, I'm going to be asking a friend of mine to come and perform for us, and she's a pretty good Christian performer. She'll come and perform for us. So we're looking forward to having a good time in the Lord. We sure are. And I know everyone's going to be looking forward to it. I'm going to be looking forward to it. So come on, log in, be with us, or if you're along the Gulf Coast, come on out and just, you know, let's come on and just have some church. We're going to hear the Word of God preached, and we're going to eat afterwards, and just be glad to meet you, shake your hand, give you a hug, be glad to see you. Steve, when I think about the gospel, I think about my Lord Jesus Christ. Steve, I don't know about anyone else listening, but when I say I'm sold out for Jesus, I'm sold out for Jesus. And I'm convinced that the reason why I'm still here and I'm still alive is because of God-fearing, praying people praying for me, and also because it's not my time. If I can only sit here and tell you what all the Lord has done for me personally, it'd take the whole show. He saved my life. He's rescued me. Steve, the Lord Jesus Christ has never stabbed me in the back when others have. The Lord Jesus Christ has never abandoned me when others have left me high and dry. He never has stole money from me. He never has tried to kill me. And that's why I'm going to read this verse right here, and I'll get on off here. I always go to Romans chapter 8, and I want to read verse 38 and 39. It says, "For I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. If you truly pay attention to where God has brought you from, and you may not even be a believer, you may think this is all a fairy tale, some invisible man living in the clouds. Hey, you may not can see him, but when you sit down and you get to praying to the Lord your God, you could definitely feel him. And that's why one of my favorite verses, Steve, is Exodus chapter 33, verse number 11. And that plainly says that God talked to Moses face to face as if talking to a friend. And you can't get much a more better friend than Jesus Christ. With that being said, I love you out there, God's children. Thank you for giving Steve Sommers a chance, tuning in. Glad to hear from some of our older callers, Plowboy, and you said Hammerhead called in?
Yes, he did.
That's a name from the past.
Yes.
That's a name from the past. I ain't heard that in many, many years. And before I get off here, I want to quote what your dad said many years ago. Remember whenever the phone lines was blowing up on 700 WLW about the black boxes? We don't want the black box. We don't want the black box. Your dad said it's coming. Might as well get ready for it. Well, look where we're at now. Not only do we have the black box, we got ELDs. So before you know it, I mean, hey, AI is already here. And I'll leave you with this. It says in Revelation chapter 13, there was another beast coming out of the ocean with 2 horns. Steve, I really believe that false prophet is artificial intelligence. The 2 horns represents being controlled by Satan and the Antichrist. We love you, God's children. Jesus is coming back really, really soon. You better get yourself ready. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus loves you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and God's children, I'll call back in sometime this week. We love you. Stay safe. And keep snow free. Bye now.
Snow free, yeah. Yeah, about this time last week, wasn't it snowing down there? Mobile. All right, hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and the great Knucklebuster. 40 degrees for Fort Wayne today. Get her done. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, good to hear from you there. Real quick, January 16, here just a few days ago, notice published in the U.S. Federal Register, the Department of Health and Human Services announced that fentanyl and norfentanyl have been added to the list of Schedule 1 and 2 drugs authorized for testing in the federal workplace drug testing programs. This is going to take effect on July 7 of this year. Norfentanyl is a component of fentanyl, and its detection in specimens indicates fentanyl use. A study considered by Health and Human Services for the ruling, including norfentanyl in testing, increased the number of positive specimens by 42% over testing for fentanyl alone. Now, this list is the source for drug testing programs administered by the DOT, including the FMCSA program used in trucking. In other words, the drugs will be added to the panel tested by, whether it's urinalysis and by oral fluid testing. Oral fluid testing is still on hold until the lab certification process is completed, which is expected to occur by that July 7 effective date for this particular announcement. In the Controlled Substances Act of 1970, fentanyl was specified to be added to the list of controlled substances. The January 16 action now adds the drug to the federal testing programs. It was known as the Support Act, signed into law by President Trump in October of 2018, that required the Secretary of Health and Human Services to determine if revised mandatory guidelines for federal workplace drug testing programs to include testing for fentanyl was justified. Included in the Health and Human Services announcement was the removal of MDA, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, MDA and MDMA from the schedule. Notice said these drugs were removed from testing because the low number of positive specimens by laboratories did not support continued testing for them. Other changes include revised abbreviations for marijuana test analysis to bring them in line with the current scientific nomenclature. In one example, the department has been using THC to note the substance blah, 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 which will now be identified with a different abbreviation. All right, the changes in the drug schedules proposed by the Drug Testing Advisory Board published in the Federal Register November 17 of 2023. Of course, we all know what fentanyl is today. Even when legally prescribed, use by anyone performing safety-sensitive functions is prohibited by regulations. Soon, in other words, testing will help identify abusers. Fentanyl test strips that help identify the presence of the drug are actually available at the like of Amazon and other retailers, local health departments. So there you go. We roll into our final hour. Well, there we go. Coming up here following the news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 3 people, including the suspect, are dead following a shooting at a grocery store. That took place in Elkhart, Indiana.
2 individuals were pronounced deceased inside. We have a suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this incident. He is also deceased.
Elkhart Police spokesperson Jessica McBriar says 2 officers are wounded but are in stable condition at the hospital. She says there's no longer any threat to the public and the shooting is being investigated. Elkhart's around 2 hours east of Chicago. A proposal from an AI company would allow the U.S. government to own as much as 50% of a new company that could buy TikTok from its Chinese owners.
Perplexity AI is offering to join with the government to create an entity that for now is being called NewCo. It would buy TikTok without the company's core recommendation algorithm, and existing investors would receive equity in the new company. The government would keep part ownership under an IPO worth at least $300 billion. Perplexity is one of several companies expressing interest in buying TikTok, which has just a few weeks to find a U.S. buyer or face being banned here over national security concerns. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The president of Mexico is sending mixed messages to the Trump administration.
President Claudia Sheinbaum used an event today to condemn the start of immigration raids, saying that Mexicans are helping sustain the economy of the United States. President Sheinbaum previously said they have not agreed to the restart of Trump's Remain in Mexico program, but at the same time, there are reports out today that Mexico has accepted thousands of people over the past week who have been deported, including non-Mexicans. I'm Michael Board.
Wall Street closed with ups and downs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points, but the Nasdaq fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is signing an executive order to help families and children facing deportation under President Trump's actions.
The goal of this team is to address the harms caused by President Trump's immigration enforcement policies.
Ferguson's order creates the Family Separation Rapid Response Team. It'll develop programs to help children who are separated from their families and keep them in school. Survivors and family members are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp in Poland.
I stood and watched helplessly as little girls from the nearby barrack were marched away crying and shivering to the gas chamber.
That's survivor Tova Friedman speaking at Monday's ceremony. Auschwitz-Birkenau was the site of unimaginable Nazi atrocities, the murder of 1 million Jews during the Holocaust and 100,000 other victims of fascism. 50 survivors were among those who attended the ceremony. 10 years ago, 300 survivors were in attendance. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Florida is the best place to retire in 2025.
That's according to a new study by WalletHub. The Sunshine State was ranked #1 for retirement nationwide due to its low taxes for retirees and the funding it receives for seniors from the Older Americans Act, which funds transportation and nutrition programs for older residents. Some of the other best states to retire include Minnesota, Colorado, and Wyoming, while Kentucky was named the worst. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Good morning to Charlie, a.k.a. Charlie Bass, who said, my cousin just gave me the app for your show. I really missed hearing you. Good to hear the show again. Charlie, if you get the urge to maybe dial us up sometime at 844-844-3388, I can introduce you to Hot Shot Secret. You get all the products you need. Whether it's the oil side, the fuel side, having transmission issues, something called Shift Restore. Get you a $60 coupon code so you can try the product out. And of course, the premise is, somebody referred to me as a drug dealer a few weeks ago. Steve, you give out these codes to get us hooked, and we got to come back and buy more. That is it, 100%. Yeah, once you've used the products, you'll come back for more. Yeah, it was good to hear from our old friend Larry Stone via email this past day. Haven't heard from Larry. He moved back to Florida, and I don't think he starts his day till we kind of wrap up our programming in the morning, so he doesn't get to call. The only time we might hear from Larry is if he's actually out on the road driving during the overnight hours. But he did forward to me, as he has done many years in the past. He said, I've probably been doing this for 20 years now. Now, he's all about safety. Larry Stone was actually the individual that came up when he was working for Rumpke, the trash hauler in the Cincinnati area many, many years ago. He came up with that slogan, slow down to get around. Got a couple of those stickers on the wall up there. You see that on trash hauler trucks. And numerous trash hauling companies all over the country have adopted that slogan. You see it on their vehicles, slow down to get around. Being all about safety, he said Super Bowl is rolling around. It's a Sunday night event, and a lot of people overindulge Sunday evening and then try to go to work Monday morning. We want to be safe. February 9 of 2025, your ticket, Super Bowl Monday, as he refers to it, the morning after the big game, Monday, February 10, after the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. After they've played the game and everyone's stopped celebrating, we need to go to work Monday morning safely. So he encourages, trucking operations, any operation that has safety-sensitive employees. He encourages every available member of the company's managers, safety, human resources, on office staff, operational managers, to be on site and greet those, especially those that are going to be getting behind the wheel. Do a thorough pre-trip and prepare your team as they pre-tip your equipment and plan for the day. So, as always, have a safe weekend. Enjoy the game. I'm sharing that now, but I'm going to kind of set this to the side and share it again there as we head into Super Bowl weekend, weekend after next. Meanwhile, Carl joins us here on a Tuesday. What's happening, Carl?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. the Detroit Lions and Washington Commanders there a couple weeks ago had a football game, and then Washington just really aced Detroit out of that game. I mean, they had an awesome game, but then they go to Philadelphia, and they get blown out the way they did there this past Sunday. It's just incredible. I could not believe that Philadelphia is that much better than Detroit. Surely that it was just Washington having a bad game, you know. That just had to be the facts there on that one. But then, of course, Kansas City there comes out and they do their thing with they get a few officials calls there and make it through the game there against Buffalo. But, getting into Donald Trump and what all he's doing, he's assembling his team here right now and correcting the unlawful actions of Joe Biden and the Democrats and all of the things that they've done to hurt this country. And I was just listening to Brother Rambler there just a few minutes ago talking about that little dog. And that little dog there symbolized to me the homeless problem in America. And we've got a serious homeless problem. We've had that for many, many years. And then we've got Joe Biden in the office there opening up the border the way he did down there and allowing extra people to come in to this country. And it's amazing that he was allowed to do that. I mean, I just cannot believe that he was actually allowed to do all of that and without being brought up on charges of some sort. Just really, really amazing that this country has allowed what they did there, because it has costed us so much, and I don't think we'll ever understand how much it's affected all of us. And our Social Security program is in dire straits right now. We don't know when it's going to end or when it may run out of funds, and people are going to have to take a pay cut on their Social Security. And it's just amazing the things that are coming up here in this country because of the lack of understanding of Joe Biden and his administration and what they've done to this country. I mean, it's just amazing to me that how bad they can possibly be there on that, because we already had a homeless problem that's so bad in this country. And I just can't believe that he's really brought us down the way he did. And when we go into the things of how Trump has already went to North Carolina and discovered that FEMA is such a bad organization, and they have just basically thrown North Carolina under the bus and just said to several people, they've even said to several of those people over there, oh, well, just go ahead and make your repairs and then send us the bill. Well, how are they supposed to make the repairs if they don't have any money? I mean, it's just really strange how that could possibly happen. And then he has already went to California. Trump went to California right after he was in North Carolina talking to the residents. And then he went to California and had the battle in a meeting with that mayor out there. Had to actually verbally battle with her on camera. Had a big bantering discussion with her, and having to put down several of there were some men there in that conference room there with Trump, and he had to tell them over and over again that he's a builder. He knows that these things, he knows how you can rebuild this state. and water is the big problem in California. And they should have had the water because they've got a lot of water. And then they're sending the water back into the ocean by some reason. I don't know. I mean, it's really strange what's happened in California there. They didn't have any water to fight the fires. It's just amazing what happened there. And then Joe Biden, of course, has allowed our oil reserves to get down so low that we just don't even have a reserve to fight in a serious conflict with somebody. It's just crazy the things that have went on under his administration in only 4 years. And then we've got Trump. He's having to correct all these problems, and it's like you're taking 2 steps back, maybe 5 or 6 steps back, actually, maybe 10, with the Biden administration. And then Trump's having to come back, and get those steps back before we can move forward. And it's just really crazy what's happened here. And as far as the space shuttle mission goes on the 1986, yes, I remember watching that too on television, and it was so awful. When it happened, I was in college at the time. I was attending college, and just passing through the student center there one day, and everybody just got silent when it exploded on the television there. It was just really a heartbreaking event to watch that happen. I believe it had Sally Ride was on board. I think a female, the first female to fly into space on that one. I think. I'm not sure. I may be wrong.
It was the Krista McAuliffe. That was the teacher that was going into space.
Yes.
And that's why school children, schools all over the country had the kids, watching that day for the first teacher in space.
Yes, that was very awful what happened there that day. And it was really, I had her name wrong, and I was going to say school teacher. But, it was really, really an awful thing. And I don't know what the mission of that space shuttle was, if it was just to go up in space that day with the teacher, or they had several on board, I think 7 or something, I'm not sure.
7.
But it was a lot, And I thought, well, it's good to do space exploration, I guess, if you've got the money to do it. But the lives involved in it too. I mean, we lost another one too as well on return from the outer space over Texas, I believe it was. It exploded before it landed. It was going to go land in Florida, I think.
Yep.
And it exploded in over Texas there one time. That was another one. And I mean, maybe Elon Musk is doing something that's really good here, to where he can catch the rocket on return there. That really is something to see. I mean, if anybody has never seen that before, it's amazing what it does. It just grabs that rocket back.
Quite the magic trick, yeah. Yeah, what they've got to address, they've got to get that upper stage working, because that's the stage where the humans are going to be one of these days. They got to get that right first. All right, Carl, thank you so much. We get a quick timeout. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, cleanse. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Carl was alluding to all the steps backwards we had taken over the last 4 years and trying to right the ship. That's what's a work in progress, I guess you'd say right now. One of the latest this past day, U.S. public health officials have been told to stop working with the World Health Organization effective immediately. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention official sent a memo to senior leaders at the agency Sunday night telling them that all agency staff who work with the WHO must immediately stop their collaborations and await further guidance. Experts said the sudden stoppage was a surprise and would set back work on investigating and trying to stop outbreaks of Marburg virus, monkeypox in Africa, other brewing threats around the world. It also comes as health authorities around the world are monitoring bird flu outbreaks among U.S. livestock. The Associated Press viewed a copy of the memo which said the stop work policy applied to all CDC staff engaging with World Health Organization through technical working groups, coordinating centers, advisory boards, cooperative agreements, or other means, either in person or virtual. It also said CDC staff are not allowed to visit World Health Organization offices. Of course, President Trump last week issued that executive order beginning the process of withdrawing the U.S. from the WHO. But that doesn't take immediate effect. It requires the approval of Congress and that the U.S. meets its financial obligations for the current fiscal year. And they had to provide a 1-year notice. His administration also told federal health agencies to stop most communication with the public through at least the end of the month. Stopping communications and meetings with the World Health Organization is a problem, according to a University of Southern California public health expert who collaborates with the WHO on work against sexually transmitted infections. People thought there would be more of a slow withdrawal. This really caught everyone with their pants down, he says, after he learned of it from someone at the CDC. Talking to the World Health Organization is a two-way street, he said, that the WHO and U.S. health officials benefit from each other's expertise. The collaboration allows the U.S. to learn about new tests and treatments, as well as about emerging outbreaks, information which can help protect Americans abroad as well as at home. But pretty big announcement there. No more collaboration. We're done. All right, Knuckle Buster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Y'all buy some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, and even some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Just keep this thing rolling down the highway, and I want to appreciate everybody calling in tonight. I want to give a big shout-out to, simplified shout-out to Truck and Field. Have a great, blessed, fun day there, brother. Steve, we've been dumbing our kids down for years. Just the education that we're giving our children, and we're not educating anybody. We're just giving like basics. So I don't know. Maybe we need to why do we get 3 months off in the summer for our kids? I bet they don't do that over in China, do they?
I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, they're probably educating all the time there, right? Well, I know one thing, you can't be a DA and work for Elon Musk. I don't think he'd put up with it. You can say up there. I sent you a couple articles there earlier, but this unusual bridge makes sense in one specific scenario in road construction. Instead of having to shut the road down and stop and block it all up, they just use a bridge to transport the construction materials across it there and keep the traffic flowing. That's pretty good. British Airways flight almost broke the subsonic speed record because of a UK storm. They got up in one of them big jet streams, and they saved over an hour off of that flight to from the U.S. over to England there. So that might have been interesting. Said I almost got up at 1,000 mile an hour. So
wow,
that's some time. That's some time travel, ain't it?
I wonder.
Speaking of time,
I wonder if anybody on board could actually. You think the people on that flight could actually tell they were going that fast or no?
Probably not. You can always tell when you take off, and then once you get used to it, it just all settles down. You don't even think you're really traveling. They usually run about 350 to 400 mile an hour. You can't even tell you're going that fast there. Now, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody, but if you got time to send a message, you got time to make a call. Don't you think so, Steve?
Sure.
Don't answer that. Keep yourself out of trouble. The last thing I got, Trump says that the Iron Dome construction will be immediate. And he signed an executive order for it there. We're going to have an Iron Dome over the United States like they got over in Israel there. So I think that's about time. Protect this country. All right, man, it's been great. It's almost break time, Steve. I better hurry up and get on off air and shut my pie hole up. Have a great morning, brother.
All righty. Yes, we will take care of the news break here because it is that time. I mean, it's 29 past the hour. All right, a couple of other industry headlines we have coming up here. Another executive order, of course, that was signed going after the electric vehicle regulations, kind of throwing a wrench in the works in some of those states that were implementing the advanced clean trucks rule this year that we talked so much about last year.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he feels like the U.S. is entering a new era of government.
When the president says he wants to make the government more efficient and effective, and we say we want to limit the size and scope of government, it means that everything is on the table for reevaluation.
It comes as House Republican leaders have signaled they will attempt to put Trump's legislation agenda into one bill that could include measures on energy and the border. The IRS has begun accepting and processing 2024 income tax returns.
The official deadline to file your taxes is still April 15th. The agency did note individuals and businesses affected by the wildfires in Southern California now have until October the 15th to file their taxes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 289 points. The S&P 500 lost 89 points. The NASDAQ fell 612 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here, rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. What do you say, Pup? How's your week starting out?
Oh, pretty good. It was really windy when I left earlier tonight. Seems like the wind's kind of died down a little bit. But, hey, how did the two puppies get along?
The two puppies get along good. Puppies are puppies, right?
Well, yeah. Well, you said you was going to take yours over to Steve's and let them play together. I was wondering about that.
Yep.
Hey, you know, this China and their AI business, they unleashed a pandemic on the whole world. I don't know. To me, they ought to just boycott it, leave that alone, and let us come up with our own stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking a lot. I mean, they're talking about trying to ban TikTok for all the surveillance stuff that's embedded in it. I'm just kind of confused how the App Store, the App Store here, the Apple is allowing that. It's become like the number one downloaded. Damn good and well, anything that might be on TikTok is in there, and even probably more, because this is the China propaganda software is loaded in. You can ask it questions about Taiwan, and it'll tell you, Taiwan is a Chinese territory. Why are they allowing it to be downloaded here?
I have no idea. I would not. But to answer Sundance's question, he needs to go and put his big boy pants on, go get all of his endorsements, and work for an LTL company. When I first started driving over the road, I made 18.5 cents. And then my first year, I gradually had pay raises, and I got to 22. But these LTL companies are paying well over 80 cents a mile, and then he could quit his damn bitching. Other than that, I really didn't have anything for you, but that AI thing, really, I don't know. They shouldn't trust it. But other than that, Steve, we're out here listening.
All
Have
right.
a good day.
Thank you much, Pup. Safe travels. Yeah, the winds have indeed outside the bunker calmed a bit during the overnight hours. There in the Northeast, winds are supposed to gradually be decreased. I think the high wind warnings will expire at 6 a.m. Eastern this morning there, up in the Buffalo, Rochester areas in New York. A report says a quartet, 4 juveniles, definitely chose the wrong house to prank with a game of ding-dong ditch in Springfield, Missouri last week. Ding-dong ditch, that's where somebody runs up, rings the doorbell, and everybody runs away. There's nobody at the door. The group approached a home occupied by a 40-year-old Melvin Rankin, rang the doorbell. They observed Rankin looking out the window, so they rang the doorbell a second time. Oh boy, things didn't turn out well. Rankin, actually with a gun in hand, followed these youth. The garage door began to open. The juveniles heard a gunshot from inside the garage. They fled in their car, speeding off. Rankin, gun in hand, got in his vehicle and began to follow them. The group reached a dead end where Rankin stopped, pointed a gun at the 4, told them to get on the ground. The gun in question was a sawed-off shotgun. Rankin pointed his gun at the back of one of the juveniles' head, asking them, "Who sent you? And where's the gun?" The juvenile said they apologized and told him they were just playing ding-dong ditch. And he let him go. However, KOLR said Rankin also demanded and took their keys to their vehicle. The next day, officers arrested Rankin during a traffic stop and conducted a search of his residence. Police found the 20-gauge shotgun in his home, along with 2 handguns and a controlled substance in his vehicle. The shotgun had an apparent handmade stock and a short barrel. Rankin is on permanent GPS monitoring over a previous statutory rape conviction, has failed to report as a sex offender, and also admitted an affiliation to the Crips gang. Rankin's girlfriend told police someone rang the doorbell, and that when she looked through the Ring camera, she saw a masked male at the front door holding a gun, she said. When the doorbell rang a second time, she and Rankin went to the garage. That while Rankin decided to open the garage door to confront the person, she went back in the house. Later looked at the ring voice again and saw the individual was wearing gloves. But Rankin now charged with 6 felonies, including first-degree robbery, 2 counts of armed criminal action, unlawful use of a weapon, unlawful possession of a firearm. Of course, they also said he's on permanent GPS monitoring over the previous statutory rape. All right. Also had been convicted of possession of a controlled substance, breaking and entering, driving while revoked. Definitely picked the wrong dude to play ding-dong ditch. But, of course, if youth in this day and age, if young people, if that's the worst mischief they're up to is ringing somebody's doorbell and running off, there's a lot worse things they could actually be doing out there, right? Good morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I woke up with my back killing me, spasms. The antibiotics they're giving me is working. I'm not hurting as much, but when I do, wow. And the physical therapist is going to come today and help me get my right leg stronger. I'd like to go down and do my exercise on the elliptical, get my heart, which is now in the couch potato mode. I want to get my heart thumping again. So anyhow, my question is, drill, baby, drill. Has anyone seen any signs of people actually working now in the oil fields?
I can't say that I've heard any significant changes just yet, no.
Because it'll probably take time for everything to be set up, I guess.
Yeah, nothing happens overnight. It's almost comical that some on the left are coming out saying Trump hasn't done anything to bring food prices down yet. Well, hell, he's only been in there for a week. I mean, ain't nothing. It took 4 years to get the country in the crap ball shape that it's in. It ain't going to be changed overnight.
No, it may take a year just to get all this straightened out.
Yeah.
Because I remember the same thing happened with Reagan. It took 1982. That's when things really started taking off.
Well, blind man, everything else going all right? Aside from that, plugging away. At least you're home. At least you're home rather than in the
I'm
hospital.
Surviving.
Yeah.
The nurses are happy that Trump won.
Oh, that's good.
And I said, you're going to make more money in the long run. Just hang in there. But I just definitely do not want to go back into the hospital. One in particular, which I cannot stand. You ask for a nurse, maybe one will show up maybe 2 or 3 hours later. So, anyway, that's it for me. I really enjoy listening to the show when I am up. I'm glad I heard Gilligan. I wonder what he's testing now. And I also heard from Pup. He's one of the truckers I talk to Sunday mornings when Eskimo Mom calls me, and Pup's on there, and Big Sexy, and Brain Dead, and Brain Dead's wife, Dingbat, I guess is her nickname. Really enjoy that. Some neighbors said, I've been trying to call you. You've been on the phone. I said, yeah, I spent the last 3 hours talking to my truckers friends.
Oh, boy.
So anyway, that is it, and I do appreciate Brain Dead making me an honorary trucker.
There you go. Blind man, thank you for checking in. Have a safe night. Hope you feel better. The back pain. Would that be Senor Heatwave?
See, it would be. Good morning, Senor. Oh, Lordy. Well, I was getting ready to get up and get going earlier this evening, but got a phone call saying, hey, we got a run going to Colorado. I said, yeah? He says, guy's taking off a week. I said, okay. He says, but I got to warn you. I said, what? He said, there's a storm coming. Well, what else is new? That's usually what happens during the wintertime, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lordy. Well, the temperature out here, it's just going up and down and up and down. And right now it's 16. So, and the clouds are starting to come in a little bit. So I guess that's the precursor to the storm that's supposed to be in, I guess, tomorrow, later on tonight, tomorrow morning. So this ought to be an interesting run. I'm just going to Walsenburg, Colorado, turning around, coming back, and it's a real easy run. Don't have to run through small communities like I would be if I were going to Salt Lake. Taking those U.S. highways, mostly all the way up there. So Trump told Venezuela that they didn't take their criminals back. He was going to tariff them 25%, huh?
Colombia.
I heard mine's Colombia. There you go. Well, I mean, it's one of those two God-forsaken places. Well, it's not really that they're God-forsaken. It's the government and the lack of control that they have over their criminals. That's what the problem is. I'm sure the regular people are just like us, fine, outstanding citizens. Just they got a bunch of bad actors over there. Yeah, 25% on the Colombian coffee and cigars. Yeah, I imagine that would change somebody's mind. So I was listening to Gutfeld earlier, and he says, the Colombian president said he'll send his presidential jet over here.
Yes.
To pick up the prisoners and bring them back.
I mean, to talk about a complete about-face, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could get away with that with Biden. And I mean, hell, even that FBI director had said, well, we're not going to charge him for these papers being around because he's a kindly old man who's forgetful. How in the hell would they say that and then try to prop him up as the best president ever? So, anyways, I had talked to my friends on my high school class Facebook page, and I said, when Carter became president, we were in 4th grade, and our teachers decided they were going to bring a TV in, and we watched the inauguration. So much so that they went ahead and they went into the community and got loaves of bread, some bologna and cheese, and mayonnaise and mustard, and made sandwiches for us. And I said, what's memorable about that is apparently not one of us kids said thank you to them, and they let us know under no certain terms that they were not real happy about our
lack
not
of gratitude.
Being very polite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, we're kids. What the hell? 4th grade. And we probably knew better. We were just in shock that this was going on. And then when we were in 8th grade, Jimmy had flown he'd come down for a campaign speech to Waco, Texas, and our principal at the time decided, what, we're going to take the high school and we're going to bus them there to listen to Jimmy. And then he decided, well, maybe we'll go ahead and take our 8th grade because his daughter was in our class, his oldest daughter. So I guess he figured, why not? So we all went and we seen him and land there at Texas State Technical Institute, as it was once known. And it was, I guess we really didn't realize the enormity of that time. Air Force One just doesn't fly, to any old little bitty place unless there's a reason for it. And we just didn't appreciate it at the time. But I mean, it was nice seeing the plane. Of course, being my Air Force career, I'd seen that plane fly into Panama when I was there with George. I think it was Air Force Two with George Bush at the time, because he wasn't quite president yet. But I think he had a trip down to South America doing something, and he made a stop in Panama. But that was a real interesting. And I do have photographs where I did. And he took it from the barracks. I couldn't be up close and personal with the plane, but I did take pictures of it. And they're somewhere. I've either lost them in all the moves I've made, or it's still somewhere in one of those damn baskets we got that we ain't gone through yet after all these years. So, but yeah. So Eagles and the Chiefs. Did you see all the money the Chiefs were bringing to the referees at the end of the game?
Right. That's become a pretty common meme in recent weeks.
Yeah, and I didn't see the game. I just saw the final score, and I thought, well, that's it was a close game. Then, of course, I see that meme, and it's like, all right, something fishy's going on. And tell you what, the Commanders, good night. I guess they earned their way to the finals in the NFC, but they sure got their hind end spanked awful hard, didn't they?
They did.
I don't know if you've seen where they had 3 penalties for being offsides. One guy tried doing a Troy Polamalu act, and he jumped early twice. And that third time, that referee said, hey, you pull this again, we're going to give them
the score. Yeah, exactly. I think they can do that, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, wow. They're just like baseball. There is a whole litany of rules and what can be done. And, I mean, just obscure rules. It's like, so, you got to give it to most of the referees out there, except for the ones that do the Chiefs game and the umpires. I mean, they know that booklet in and out, backwards and forwards. So you got to give them credit. I mean, hell, I had issues just umpiring Little League games trying to keep all the rules in my mind. Of course, when it happens, you don't know what to think. It's like, is it this rule or is it that rule? Or just make a no call on it and be done with it. So, anyways. So, yeah, not a lot happening here. I'm just tickled pink that Trump is in office and everybody's getting their butts kicked where that need to be kicked, and there's praises going to those that need to be praised. And the World Health Organization, what in the hell have they ever done for us? They always go with China and say, oh, it's not China's fault this happened, and you find out later, yeah, it is. Why in the hell should we be collaborating with the other scientists of the world when they're going to lie to us outright and then demand that we pay them? Now, how much do we pay them in comparison to other countries out there? I mean, are they upset that with Trump saying we're leaving, that they're going to be losing a great sum of money?
That is 100%. We are the largest. We are the largest contributor. I had the numbers last week, and I don't want to misspeak, but I think it was 25. It may have been more than that. Yeah, it was a good chunk of their money comes from us. So that's what they don't want to lose.
Well, you know what? I don't want to pay a liar any more than I have to, and if I don't have to pay one, I ain't. So good for Trump and going down there to Los Angeles and telling Newsom and that the Beetlejuice too where to get off and go. That's the best thing he's ever done for those people in California, and they're starting to turn red. Maybe not Republican red, but they're sure getting a little angry with what they got going on right now. Well, Senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and we'll try this again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Senor Heatwave. I'm looking at the number. I'm trying to pull them up here. Let's see. As we can see from the World Health Organization's budget data, the United States is by far the largest voluntary contributor, with just over $1 billion donated. And those numbers for the 2022-23 year. World Health Organization gets funding from 2 main sources. Member states paying their assessed contributions, a.k.a. membership dues, and voluntary contributions from member states and other partners was the final word. But all right, here, winding things down. Good morning, Hippopotamus.
Morning. Morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me, I guess, back again. I was on earlier, wasn't I? Yeah, we talked about Knuckle Buster. Anyways, so I guess did I hear something about blind man's got a navigation coming out? Got a navigation system coming out? Because it's going to be blind man will tell you where to go. I don't know, something like that. Anyways, so I see something where we go to watch the local news last night, and we missed it on the TV, so the wife's got the local news pulled up on her phone there and on the app, and in that they have a advertisement. It's a modeling agency that's advertising that anyone can run their own, well, it was a group 4 modeling agencies, and they said anybody can run their own modeling agency, and you have your own model, because all the, for like clothing and, that type of thing, modeling type thing.
Right.
And all the models are AI. They're not real people. They're artificial things, so that you just think they're real people because they look real, but they're not real people. So you can have as many of these AI models as you want, and then you get, cyber type thing of what the clothes look like, and you put them on and make a 360-degree image and walks down the runway, and it looks like Christy Brinkley or whatever model, you make, and you have it. So anyways, last night you said that Playboy's coming back with print and everything. Are those going to be real women, or is Playboy going to use like AI and have like AI women, and they're just going to print pictures of? Just asking, Your Honor.
They announced the name of who the cover model was going to be, which I didn't know. Her last name was Harvey. I can't remember what her first name was. It Lori Harvey? But I did a Google search on that after the show ended, and that is actually Steve Harvey's daughter.
Okay.
I found that interesting. I mean, I don't know. How does that make Daddy feel to have your daughter on the cover of Playboy magazine? I don't know. It's something you don't look, right? Yes, that was Steve Harvey's daughter. It is. All right, we close it out right there. We reached the end of another Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Roll it into Hump Day. Hope you'll join us then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.